Yes,
Ms. Armstrong?
yes, we have two. First is Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, Superintendent Washer. I noticed on the closed session agenda, there was property that was listed lot parcel C, I believe. And I just was wondering why there were no attachments or documents to that item that you would be discussing in closed session. This is if I can ask through the president, which parcel we are looking at as I try to retrace previous board agendas. I could not find the exact spot, and there were no documents on the closed session. Can you tell me where this is located? What property?
I don't believe so, Michelle. I believe it's a closed session discussion.
So we, on the closed session, there's no information given on the properties that will be discussed?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Okay. Next, I just, with negotiations, and want to bring up the fact that while the district and Leah has come to an MOU of return, we really would appreciate that the district in social media comments that do not make insinuations that it is the teacher's fault that we are not returning to school. Both LEA and the district came to an MOU together on how return should look. And in certain posts that have occurred, it was, we are not going back because of the teachers. And since this was an agreement on both sides, we would ask that with those public comments that it is due to an agreement between both parties and not lay blame that teachers don't want to come back to school, which has been insinuated. Teachers do want to return to school safely with students. Thank you.
Very good. Is that the end of your comments, Michelle?
Yes, thank you very much, President Freitas.
Very good, thank you. I think we answered it. Is there a different answer?
There is information on one of them, not the other.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Freitas, I can actually comment on the Travagnier property if you'd like.
Okay.
This is a piece of property that may or may not be for sale. We were just apprised of it. The lot number for the whole parcel is available on the board item. However, we understand nothing's been parceled up yet. It's just the entire large subdevelopment that's planned. But there is a tax parcel number on the board item.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kahn. Ms. Armstrong, we have a second speaker for pre-closed session.
Yes. Next, we have Doug Zilke.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Doug. You're on.
All right. Good evening, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. Just looking at this closed session item with the property negotiations again. I just want to remind us all that as we're facing declining enrollment and declining funds, to think seriously about if that is really going to be in the best interest of the students. And that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the forward-looking buy it now before it appreciates in value. I'm just thinking when we have financial needs and burdens coming up as it is, I do not feel it's going to be in the best interest of our students to be looking at property acquisition at this time. All right, thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you, Doug. Ms. Armstrong, is there any other comments?
No further comments.
Very good. Then we'll adjourn to closed session then. I will see everyone on the other side.
You didn't
You're gonna go to bed for this show? I don't see anybody.
Another congratulations, Raj, for yeah, another award. You were definitely a Bear Creek High School favorite son. Your accomplishments have almost become legendary over the past few years. Okay, we've earned through
Oh, it's got a mic on it.
Are we all on? Mr. Porter called Andrew. You slip of a fiber? Is that what you did? Andrew's never wandering. He was serving an important purpose. All right. Are we live? Excellent. Okay. Welcome everybody to our February 16th Lodi Unified School Board meeting. I hope everyone had a quiet and safe Valentine's Day. we do see that some businesses are starting to open again in our community, and hopefully people were able to take advantage of that and go forward. The report out from closed session, the board has nothing to report at this time. We roll call shows that we have all board members in attendance, and we have two of the board members, Mr. Neely and Mr. Knackstead, who are participating on Zoom. We're also joined tonight, and we're very grateful to have them, our student representatives. We have Emma Glanville from Bear Creek High School. Hi, Emma.
Hello.
Hello. Don't go too far. And we have Haley S. Corpiso from Ronald McNair High School. Hi, Haley.
Hi.
Hi. We're glad both of you could be here tonight. I think we got some agenda items that we're really going to be looking forward to your input and guidance on. But before we get too far, can we go ahead and begin with our Pledge of Allegiance? And Emma, would you mind leading us in the pledge, please?
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to figure out how to get my mic turned off and make sure my house was quiet. Okay.
Okay,
Is everybody ready?
we are ready.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
That was great, Emma. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, at this time, I would like to declare open a public hearing for our Lodi Pupil Personnel Association for reopeners for the 2021 year. On February 2nd, this board acknowledged the receipt of the 2021 reopeners. And at this time, I open this for further board comment. Right, and then seeing none, I open it for public comment. And I forgot to say we are joined tonight by the board's executive assistant, Ms. Michelle Armstrong. Ms. Armstrong, is there anyone for public comment as to the LPPA reopeners?
Not this evening. No public comments.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Armstrong, and thank you for joining us tonight. We're also joined by our tech wizard extraordinaire, Andrew. Welcome to tonight's meeting, and we greatly appreciate having you here. So with that, no comments from the public and no comments from the board, I will close this public hearing as to the reopeners. We also have some recognitions. First on our agenda tonight is that we have the recognition for the National School Counseling Week, February 1st through the 5th through 2021. And I believe, Mr. Porter, you will do the honors.
Thank you, President Freitas. The Board of Education of Lodi Unified School District proclamation, National School Counseling Week. Whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents, and these traits relate to career awareness and development, and whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the additional personal and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society, and whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school. Therefore, I, Ron Freitas, serving as the president of Lodi Unified School District Board of Education, hereby recognize February 1 through 5th, 2021 as a National School Counseling Week in the Lodi Unified School District. This is signed as of today by President Ron Freitas. Thank you, counselors.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Thank you for reading that. And I think now more than ever, counselor's job has never, ever been more important. And we greatly appreciate the work that each and every one of our counselors doing in this district. I know that we're asking you to do so much, and no surprise, you all have risen to the occasion and done absolutely amazing things. Ms. Armstrong, do we have further comment from the counselors?
No further comments at this time.
Okay, any other comments from the board? And I'm sure the counselors would all like to say thank you very much for this recognition. And once again, we'd like to thank each and every one of them for the great job that they do.
Mr. Freitas?
Yes, Mr. Neely.
Just real quick, I just want to say that our counselors have just done an incredible job, outstanding job. And I really, there's so many kids when you talk to them that owe so much to our counselors. And from the board, thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. That's very well said. All right. And I think you have the entire support of the board joining you in those comments. So very good. Thank you, counselors. Also tonight, we like to recognize one of our alumni. And I think we have some people on the line. Is that correct, Ms. Armstrong, that are going to join us for tonight's President's Award?
Yes, that's correct. We have Mayor Kevin Lincoln first.
Very good. Hello, Mayor Lincoln.
There we go. How's everyone doing this evening?
Very good.
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
thank you for joining us tonight to recognizing Raj. Tonight's President Award winner is an alumni of Bear Creek High School. He graduated in 2018. In 19 years old, you appointed him as your chief of staff and your head strategist, which is literally unheard of. Mr. Mayo, first off, we'd like to congratulate you on your election, the support that you have from the people of Stockton, and we look forward to working with you. What made you select Raj Nathaniel to be a member of your team?
You know, I knew Raj's father, and I'd been tracking Rajan from his high school days. You know, there's individuals that you look at and you know that they just have the it factor. It's kind of hard to explain, but you're just drawn to them. So when I decided to run for mayor and I'm into the campaign and it's time to begin to work on policy and things like that, I met with him and he just, we hit it off really great. You know, it was straight to work. He just exemplified, you know, all those leadership qualities that you look for in an individual that you want to join your team, and he take ownership, very responsible, very proactive, and just has an extremely high capacity in the areas that he's committed to. And so, yeah, he came aboard, and, you know, as a leader over the years, when I look to hire somebody and bring somebody on my team, I don't hire them for the moment. I hire them for where we could potentially go. And so I knew that Rajan ultimately had the capacity to step into the role that he now serves post-campaign in my administration as a policy advisor. And so I'm humbled to have him on my team. I'm super proud of him. This is a great achievement. What he's achieved in his life to this point is just extremely remarkable. I couldn't think of a better recipient, you know, for this award tonight. And, you know, there's a couple of qualities that Rajan possesses as well. And not only is he extremely intellectual and passionate about what he does, but he is extremely humble as well. And that's a quality of a great leader. And I believe and I know that the future is really bright for him. And I know that his community appreciates him. I know that he's going to serve his city very well. His city is committed to him just as much as he's been committed to us. And I just want to highlight that his efforts they're really paving the way for others to follow. And I could sum it all up in this, and that he is a true inspiration to his generation.
Well, we couldn't agree more. We had him as during his senior year as our board representative, and to an individual, we all said Rajan is going somewhere, without a doubt. And I think this is the first of very many accomplishments. We always enjoyed his reports. We enjoyed just talking with him. I think he even created his own positionship to do an internship, I believe, with Mr. Khan. That they had hit it off talking numbers. But as for a triple threat, we couldn't agree more. Also, it's my understanding, too, that in addition to Rajan's outstanding qualities, you were also looking to accomplish something in who was working with you in the mayor's office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, in terms of Rajan and his role in the mayor's office?
No, I think what you really were trying to do was create a mayor's office that reflected your community.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that was something that was very important to me, over this past year, was to make sure that our administration was as best a reflection of our community as it could possibly be. And that's one of the reasons, too, why I knew that Rajan was a great fit, for his role and for our administration, because, there are many young people in our community that have a lot of great voices, a lot of young adults, and they're very passionate. And I firmly believe that if we want to see change and we want to see sustainable change for the future, we not only have to invest in that next generation and our young adults, but we also have to provide them the opportunities as well to make a difference. And so that's why Rajan was an extremely good fit for our administration.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we thank you very much for joining our meeting tonight. And I think we're going to go to the man of the hour. But also, we want to thank you, again, congratulate you. Also, you are a member of our district. 2 of your children attend our schools. Is that correct?
That is correct. And in fact, we were running from Bear Creek not too long ago because they had a drive-through recognition. My son's a freshman at Bear Creek and my daughter's in 8th grade at Kristen McAuliffe. So I would just say thank you to all of you, the board, and even the faculty for all of your hard work. And our kids, they love the faculty, they love the schools, and education is very important to my wife and I, where we settled and where we put our roots down in the community and the school district, an environment that we wanted our kids raised in. And so we have not been disappointed. And again, I just want to thank you all for your hard work and dedication to our young people.
And we'd like to thank you also. And also, I know in years past, our board has done joint meetings with our city councils, and we would like to possibly in the future, maybe it might even be easier with Zoom, maybe do a joint meeting with the Stockton City Council, since we do have over 14,000 of your students here, and we want to do what's best for all of our students to make sure that they have great educational opportunities.
Our council will look forward to that. I just recently appointed the 2 council members that would serve on that 2x2 joint committee. So looking forward to picking that up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rajan, are you there?
Hello. How you guys doing?
Well, we're doing great because we got a big picture on our screen of you wearing a Bear Creek blue tie.
Right.
So,
I think it was fitting for the event. And this was taken about a month ago, so it just kind of worked out.
So and for those who don't know Rajan, I got to tell you, we love all of our student reps, and Rajan definitely is a favorite. Not only graduating from Bear Creek High, as he was also a regional delegate for the American Legion Boys State Program. He has 3 associate degrees, and now he is serving as an undergraduate constitutional law fellow at Stanford Law School. You've been busy, Raj, since we talked to you last, huh?
I have been busy, but if there's something that Lodi USD taught me is that service above self is integral to the betterment of the community, and I've just tried to carry that forward. So there's a lot of lessons that I'm carrying with me today that I've learned sitting in those board meetings with you all, and also, you know, congratulations to the new faces as well who've joined this board and this entity.
Well, I got to tell you. So, what's it like? Do you like being the policy manager for the mayor of the city of Stockton?
It's been an immense blessing thus far. Mayor Lincoln, you know, trusted a 19-year-old to be his campaign manager and his chief strategist, something that I'm immensely grateful for. And he even trusted appointing a 20-year-old to run point on his policy and serve as the liaison between city council and himself. And that's something that I will forever appreciate. Mayor Lincoln and I have built a strong rapport throughout the years. And that's something that I believe will continue in the near future, but also I think for the betterment of the city. There's a lot of integral values, I think commonalities that we share. But I think first and foremost, I think communication is key. And that's like one of the ones that our relationship is predicated on, and making sure everybody has a seat at the table. You know, there's times, and we see it elsewhere, what happens when the lines of communications are severed. And that's something that I also learned at Lodi Unified. You know, always speaking and always bringing people to the table is immensely critical if you're going to have success in any initiative or any sort of program that you guys have. And that's something that, you know, the administrators taught me, something certainly that Mr. Khan has taught me, somebody who I consider a close mentor of mine, Dr. Washer as well. I miss her and her guidance and wisdom. And, you know, everybody else on this board has taught me something. I've taken away something from you, and it's been an immense blessing thus far. And I'm, you know, so honored to receive this recognition from you guys.
Well, I'm sure Mayor Lincoln has a lot for you to do. And there's no doubt in my mind that you have the broad shoulders to get it done. And quite personally, I don't know who the other candidates were, but I couldn't imagine a better representative to take on the work that you're doing, and especially a friend of Lodi Unified. And you know what we do, and also please know that we are here for you in any way possible. We know that education is a very important part of your platform. It's a secret of your success, and anything we can do to continue that on for all of our kids, please know that you have our dedication, and you will be receiving this recognition that we created that recognizes you for the President's Award, and that's for students, alumni, members of our team that have made outstanding contributions to our community, and that is definitely you, Raj. Job well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I think Mr. Knackstead also being the representative for Bear Creek High School would like to join in and add a couple words. Mr. Knackstead?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Freitas. Well, Raj, congratulations again for yet another award. You are definitely a Bear Creek High School favorite son. Your accomplishments over are almost becoming legendary. I mean, in the last few years, you know, some things have already been mentioned. You've earned 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 associate degrees at Delta. You were one of 27 transferees from a junior college into Stanford. That puts you in a very elite class. And one of the things I liked about that, by the way, Raj, is that it sets an example that going to a junior college like Delta is a good education plan. Not everybody has to go to a 4-year college their freshman and sophomore year. And you've proved that good education it can be had right here at home. Raj, you've even foiled a bus hijacking attempt. I mean, that kind of stuff is just made for TV. most people don't. I mean, it's all what you've done almost doesn't seem real. But for me, the most impressive trait is your ability to communicate with everybody. You can sit here and talk football with Mr. Nava, and then turn around and get your candidate elected mayor. That's a special talent that you have. And oh, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but you even learned the origin of the Sadie Hawkins State dance. Is that not correct, Raj?
I did, sir, and that was from you, Mr. Knaxet. I still have the comic with me.
You know, got to keep things in perspective. Remember what's important. Anyway, congratulations, Raj. Great job. We're proud of you here at Lodi Unified, and I'm sure everybody else around you is. Way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Knaxet. I appreciate that. It's been immense blessing thus far. You know, that's the word that I keep going to, blessing. What I've been able to experience in my lifetime thus far has been surreal, to really put it in a word. And you know, I appreciate the guidance that you guys have all given me. It's funny that you mentioned the hijacking. You know, that's something that a lot of people don't really know, but it's something that, again, that in the moment that I learned from Lodi USD as well, is this service above self. That principle has taken me forward this far, and it's something that I plan to continue to hold near and dear to my heart at Stanford University, within the city of Stockton, and wherever my services are going to be needed in the near future. So I thank you for this again. I cannot thank you enough. I was so humbled when I heard that this was going to be taking place, and I'm so very much looking forward to working with you guys in the future, just in terms of educational equity and anything else that we can get done for the betterment of the students.
Well, congratulations again. I mean, you certainly make us proud, and you have shown that you are an exceptional young man.
Thank you, sir.
Well, very well said, Mr. Knaxet. And you remember, Raj, that we always, we're going to have to start calling you Mr. Nathaniel, quite honestly. But Raj, we always said that you'd drop in and, let us know how things are going. But you've done more than most and ended up on the front page quite a bit. So I got to tell you, we are very, very proud of you. I don't think we had anything to do with your success. That's very kind of you to say that, but we greatly appreciate all that you're doing. And please know that, as always, you have the full support of the board and anything we can do to help you and Mayor Lincoln. So,
thank you, President Freitas. Looking forward to the future with you guys.
Very good. Thank you, Raj. Have a nice evening. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if we lost you or not, but we thank both of them. And, I've said it once and I'll say it again, that Raj really liked that kid, right? So, and I think, Dr. Washer, you said we're going to see him going places, and I think that's going to be the understatement of the day. Okay. We thank the counselors and Raj and Nathaniel for being our award recipients tonight and for our recognitions. Moving on with the agenda, we have our superintendent's report. Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. No, I'm on. I'm green. Can you hear me? Okay.
I hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. A special recognition and thank you to Raj. We are very honored. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Is that better? Thank you. Thank you, Raj. It was really nice hearing from you this evening, and we are very proud of you. We knew that there are great things ahead for you and still are. So thank you so much for coming tonight and sharing a little bit about yourself. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for joining us as well. Also, special thank you to our counselors. We appreciate the recognition given by our board tonight. What has impressed me and struck me the most about our counselors this past year and a half or so is creativity. They have had to find unique, different engagement strategies for students, ways to reach out to students, to find students who may need support, to work with other staff members. So thank you so much to our counselors for taking the extra effort to do that in these very, very difficult environment that we are in. Want to share a couple things with you this evening. One is that we are very excited about the vaccination rollout for educators in our county. San Joaquin County Office of Education is leading the effort. Want to thank the staff at the County Office of Ed for their work, very quick work in getting the logistics figured out and the communication that they have shared with us for our staff members. Also want to give recognition to Dr. Maggie Park and her staff at San Joaquin County Public Health Services for their continued support of educators in this county and their diligence in getting operation that goes into that. We understand that our staff, along with other staff members throughout the county at school districts, will be receiving, the first group will be receiving their emails to schedule an appointment tomorrow morning. That is the age group of 55 and older. So that group will get an email first thing in the morning to schedule their appointments. We understand that this group is about 5,000 people. So it's a big effort for the County Office of Education and Public Health Services to get that taken care of. After that group, then the next group, we do not know what the bracket is for ages, but they will let us know what the next age group is, and the next set of emails will go out for that group to schedule their appointments, and it will continue. It is based on vaccine supply and availability, so hopefully it will be a smooth process and just keep going until everyone has their first round and then starting the second round. So we're looking forward to that. Also want to let you know, Middle College High School won first place overall team and the county championship. Give a big hand to Middle College High School. 40th annual San Joaquin County Academic Decathlon, and everyone knows how strenuous this competition is. The team will go on to represent the county in the state academic decathlon championships, which will take place virtually on March 27th and 28th. So huge congratulations to Middle College High students and staff for taking this honor. Also want to show you a clip, and it'll be a partial clip, so we will cut it off since it is quite lengthy. Good Day Sacramento section. This is showing our students and staff from George Washington Elementary, Oakwood Elementary, and Westwood Elementary. They completed their Great Kindness Challenge with over 15,600 total acts of kindness and collected 573 pounds of coffee that was donated to 1st of the 143rd Artillery Battery, 40th Cavalry Regiment, 40th Infantry Division this morning. This is a clip of our students and staff on Good Day Sacramento. And there was also other media very interested in this. So we're going to show you a piece of this, please, Andrew.
Well, 3 local schools are giving back all week long with a special coffee project for soldiers.
Yeah, Lori Wallace joins us live from Lodi with a look at the kindness campaign. Hey, Lori.
Hey guys, yes, this is so great. I can't wait for you to meet all of these awesome kids that have done all the work. But I want to start with Cassandra here, the principal at Washington. We have all these representatives from the schools that participated. Kindness, nothing new to you guys. You do these kindness challenges all the time, and the kids are all on board.
Yes. So I'm principal at Oakwood, and then we have Westwood and Washington. And the 3 schools got together last week and did a collective effort to doing as many acts of kindness as they could. We were challenged to 15,000 collectively, and somebody will tell you about how many we were able to do. So the kids tracked their acts of kindness on a Google form, and we kept that count throughout the week. We encourage them to do things like, help your parents out at home, or smile to your neighbor, or give a compliment, things like that. And then we also did collected coffee on the side as a service project to teach them an act of kindness and supporting our military.
Yeah, love that. And during distance learning, you would think it might not be that easy to make something like this happen, but you can tell by taking a look here, they got it done. So I want to talk to John first. And Cody, you're going to love his mask. His neighbor made it. He told me it has Hey Jude. It has all the lyrics on it.
Wow.
Pretty cool. And John G-I-A-N, by the way. It's Italian. You learn a lot when you talk to these kids for a little bit. You have some pretty important information there on that paper.
Yeah, this paper has the total acts of kindness we did and the total pounds of coffee. So that's 15,537 acts of total kindness.
Nice.
And the pounds of coffee we donated with our combining schools and our combining coffee shops was 576.
Nice.
That is amazing. You guys did some really good work. That's a lot of acts of kindness, too.
Nice.
And all of these guys were responsible. What did you like about being a part of this challenge?
I liked that I could, I liked that all of the acts of kindness were really fun to do and kind.
Well, you did a really good job. Okay, I'm going to step around you here. My little friend here wanted to talk on TV too. So tell me, you did a lot of the work here too. How was that for you?
I liked being kind and doing kind things to other people.
The sweetest. Okay, I'm going to keep on moving. Natalie, our viewer, since she was a baby, also was a big part of this. Natalie, so this was a lot of fun for you. Talk about why you liked it.
I liked it because it just fulfilled me as a person, knowing that I did something kind to someone and that it made them happy and joyful.
You guys, we've done such a great job with Natalie, don't you think?
Yes, we have. We raised her well.
We really should take a little credit for that, don't you think? Okay, great job, Natalie. And then this here is MJ. You got a lot of coffee here, buddy. So you worked hard on this too, and you have a special connection to the military.
Yeah, I just wanted to drop off some coffee because that makes me know that I help the Army in a least, but also big way. And sometimes big help can go small but big way.
It went in a big way. I feel like it went in a big way, MJ. So good job. And I want to quickly, before we have to wrap it up, these are the recipients of all of this. So you guys talk real quickly about.
Thank you so much, Washington, Oakwood, and Westwood staff, parents, and students for your acts of kindness and for all the coffee that you are donating to the military. Thank you, Mr.
Dr. Washer, I don't think your superintendent's report is complete. Since our last meeting, you and the County Office of Education put on the Women Together Today and Tomorrow one-day seminar. And I got to tell you, as a father of 2 daughters, as a grandfather of 2 granddaughters, as a husband, as a dad, as a son, I cannot thank you enough for doing this. I am now part of the sisterhood, and I've been a lot of things, but I've never been part of a sisterhood before. And I think it's for all of us to carry on this very important mission. I thank you for initiating this. The presentations were world class. We had speakers from all over the nation and the world coming in and talking about fantastic strategies. This is an ongoing strategy, and it can only better our community because when you get rid of discrimination, your product just comes out 100 times better. And I like to thank you for that. I also learned something, a new term, which is called domestic audit. So, gentlemen, if you want to make a change right now, go home and make a domestic audit because it's a fact of life that your wives are doing not only their jobs, but also doing 3 times as much at home. And your domestic audit will definitely show that. So there's a time that you can make a little change. There it is right there and looking forward to it. So anyway, I thank you very much for doing this. And I thank you again for your dedication, not only to our district, but to our community and bettering it in this very important way. Also, you're very, very welcome. Thank you. Middle College, hi. No surprise, right? You guys are great, and great job on the academic decathlon and act of kindness. What 16,000 acts of kindness? That's absolutely fantastic. And the board is very, very thrilled to do that. So anyway, excellent superintendent's report with your one admission, Dr. Washer. So anyway, and I also like to thank our old Chelsea Von Geer and Michelle Armstrong. They were also the moderators of for many parts of the presentation of the Women Together Today and Tomorrow presentation. And I got to tell you, they definitely helped out, and it was a very outstanding presentation. So thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Dr. Washer. Moving on, we have our super amazing student representatives with us tonight. Ariana Galvan. Oh, that's not right. I got the old one. We have Emma Glanville and Haley Escorpizo. And we are really excited to hear your reports. Do we know who's going to go first? Emma, you did the Pledge of Allegiance, so are you going to go first for our student reports?
I can do that, yeah.
Fantastic. All right, let her rip.
Okay, let me get mine pulled up, make sure I have it all sorted. Okay, so to start, we'll start with our programs and our activities that we're working on. So just today, actually, we discussed what we're going to be doing to recognize and focus on our seniors when our last few weeks approach. But that was just brought up briefly today because it's something that we need to start looking at. Our school is doing Wellness Wednesdays still, as they have been throughout the whole school year. And it just presents students with opportunities to have a mentor for motivation and checkups with an adult that works at our school. Our ASB Vice President has continually been working on international and our alternative ways to make that happen. He's been keeping the clubs in the loop and making sure that they still are keeping motivated and keeping their stuff going on. We had a Valentine's Day Graham drive, as well as we had open submissions for people to make cards to show their appreciation for essential workers. And me and the ASB Vice President were working on the WASC survey that the school puts out with one of the teachers. Our student government class is still holding our regular meetings and doing community service events, as well as just making sure that students stay in touch with school. That's our biggest priority. And for our performances, presentations, and events, we have most of our clubs, as well as our ASB Vice President, Elliot Fry, have still been working towards the possibility of an international rally. There's so many meetings being held in order to spread information and practice routines for international. And then there's no specific student recognitions at this moment, but I wanted to mention that Corey Abel and Lisa Dieter have been working tremendously hard on keeping up with the Bruin Way Awards and the Student of the Quarter to make sure that people are still feeling recognized for the work that they're doing. So that is what I have for my report.
That is great, Emma. Do you know we have a couple meetings scheduled, I think, for the end of the year at Bear Creek High School? So,
yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I think that's super cool.
Good. I think it's really cool, too.
Yeah, I love that.
So let's keep our fingers crossed and let's figure a way to get on campus and get over there and get her done. So,
oh, yeah, I would love that.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank
Haley,
you.
Thank you. Haley, how are things at Ronald McNair High School?
Hi. So, well, first, thank you, Mr. Freitas and members of the board. I just want to start off by saying this might be a little off topic, but how appreciative we, or at least I am, to have seen improvements in our county as a whole. I'm grateful that most people recognize the significance of following health regulations, as it not only keeps our families safe, but it also gives students hope, that they'll be able to freely see their friends again. And I know for seniors, for the most part, can possibly have an in-person graduation. But anyways, with that said, several spring sports at McNair have started searching for new players to join their teams, and some have already actually began safely practicing with one another as well. We've also had a few school events for families. On February 10th, there was an informational Zoom conference in regards to the dietary guidelines for Americans and pretty much just general information about nutritional support for healthy eating behaviors. And then in regards to leadership, it's kind of been more challenging to put on events, but our leadership students and teachers have been brainstorming new ideas that we can pull off virtually while still trying to engage our students and staff. Our Link Crew students have been really creative with their events for our freshmen. Some of the events and activities that they made are Freshman Friday Advice and Discord game nights. And then as March would typically be the time for our multicultural events, student government is in the process of collecting content from our cultural clubs to showcase the history and significance of all the diverse clubs we have at McNair. And then lastly, our conflict mediation, Link Crew, and student government students are constantly collaborating and brainstorming school-wide virtual events. Right now, we're working on this new project where our leadership students will create different activity videos and like little news segments that will be shared on our social media platforms, just as a way to entertain our students. So yeah, overall, we've just been brainstorming and trying to explore different ways to get the attention of our students and remind them that we're still available to them.
Great report, Haley.
Thank you.
Mr. Nava, you have some questions for Emma and Haley?
Yes, questions. I know that they started golf, swimming, diving, and girls tennis and track and field. Are you competing at all now, or you're just practicing?
For McNair, I'm not completely sure if they're competing yet, but I'm pretty sure right now they're just practicing.
Okay.
I'd say the same for Bear Creek.
Okay, very good. Well, good luck to you, and hopefully that we get into the color that we can all get to participate and have fans and go to school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Haley and Emma, thank you again for your presentations. We got a couple subjects on tonight's meeting. If you could stick around, we're going to come to you and get your input, I think, on the athletics and on a couple other subjects that are coming up. Also, I want to ask you directly, we really appreciate your input and your dialogue that we have telling us what's going on our campus. Do you feel that students have enough of a voice during the pandemic to discuss what they want to see and what they want their school year to look like with their campuses? Emma, you want to go first on that?
Yeah, I think that one of our teachers was working on that WASC survey, which was a really good way to connect with students, especially since he went out of his way to customize it to make sure that the questions fit a certain agenda of making sure that the students knew that they had a voice and had a support system for what they needed. So I personally think yes.
Good. And I think that was one of the nice things about recognizing our counselors, that they can be a student's voice. And I know they are in many ways a student's voice as to what is needed, what can be done. Haley, kind of the same question. Do students feel that they have enough of a voice in their school year and in their school during the pandemic?
I can't really speak for everyone, but I agree with Emma. Like, I feel like our teachers are always asking our students like their opinions on like what's going on, and they're good at letting us know if there is like a chance of us going back or anything, but they do like consistently ask us how we feel just to make sure that we're okay.
Well, that's great, because I do think it's very, very important. There are over 28,000 of you going to our schools, and we don't want you to be a forgotten voice in what you want your education to look like and what you want your educational day to do. So please, if you can think of ways that we can help you, you can let us know, let your administrators know, let your counselors know, and let your teachers know. But we want to have that dialogue with our students because we are here serving you, and we want to make this the best educational experience possible. Any other questions for Haley and Emma at this point, or are we ready to move on with our agenda? Okay, thank you, Haley and Emma. Moving on with our agenda, we have our comments from the public. 20 minutes has been set aside for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit their comments to 3 minutes for this section, as in all sections of our meeting, due to restrictions imposed by the California Brown Act regarding discussing topics that are not on the agenda. That's a long sentence. Board members may not engage in dialogue in these issues. So, Executive Assistant Armstrong, do we have anyone who wishes to address the board during public comment?
Yes, we have 3. And first up is Shannon Rodriguez.
Hi, Shannon. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
You bet. Loud and clear.
Great. Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, and Dr. Washer. My name is Shannon Rodriguez. I am a former student of Lodi Unified School District. I have been teaching for 10 years, the last 5 of which have been at Lodi Middle School. While there are many topics of importance being discussed tonight, I am returning to address, as I did last year in a March board meeting, the issue of middle school department chair compensation. In the first week of school last year, I was asked by my administrator to step into the role of department chair because someone else had stepped down after several years, citing that the role and responsibilities had become too time-consuming. This meant I would be joining the team of department chairs who had been tasked with this role and many hours of extra responsibilities for longer than I have been teaching. My partial year of service to my school and my department pales in comparison to the many years middle school department chairs across the district have been dedicating themselves to helping each of their sites run smoothly. Unfortunately, we have not been able to reach a resolution on the issue of compensation for middle school department chairs that has now been ongoing for a full calendar year. In support of the team of middle school staff who have been fulfilling these roles that require much added time and responsibility, I again respectfully request that this matter be addressed appropriately by both the Lodi Education Association and the Personnel Department. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you for those comments. Ms. Armstrong, who's next?
Next we have Brenda De La Torre.
Hi, Brenda. You're up.
Good evening. Am I able to be heard? Okay, great. Good evening, board members and superintendent. I first just want to start off by thanking the board members who were able to respond to my questions via telephone and email. I come to you tonight with an optimistic outlook, with our case rates dropping, and we are currently at 24 per 100,000, and our teachers are now beginning to be vaccinated. I hope we are able to reach the red tier in the coming weeks, and according to our MOU, open our schools finally. With the CDC, California Department of Education, and the San Joaquin County Office of Education now saying we may safely open. We as a district have a safety plan in place and an MOU with our teachers union, so in all ways we are ready to go. I just want to continue to be my child's voice and advocate, reminding the board and the superintendent of the promises of opening once we reach the red tier. I urge all teachers, principals, and all in charge to prepare the necessary things to create a seamless transition. I also want to thank all the teachers who have continued to teach to the best of their ability. I pray within the coming weeks our transmission rates lower to the red tier and we can open 2 half days per week in accordance with the MOU on file. Also, I'd like to state that I received an email response from Kathy Washer this afternoon in regards to reopening timeline in the red tier, and she stated there are no specific dates at this point since we do not know when our county will be in the red tier. So I would like to know, so what now, board members? With our numbers dropping and the current rates, we will be in the red tier hopefully in 3 to 4 weeks. So what happens then? Will we sit idle again at our chance of reopening? Do we know how many days after reopening we will open? Or will we use that time to ensure the smooth and seamless opening? I know this timeline may not be met, but we need to be prepared. The last go around, our holdup was our MOUs and our PPE. Now that we have all those in place, there is no reason to delay the opening once you receive the red tier assignment. I ask you not to fail our children again and be prepared to reopen once that red tier is met. Thank you.
Ms. Armstrong, who's next? Thank you, Brenda.
Next, we have Kimberly Freeberg.
Hi, Kimberly. You're up.
Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, and Superintendent Washer. I find it odd that last week was doom and gloom for the budget and crying poor, but in closed session, we're talking about possible properties. I'd also like to say people over programs. In my second grade class, my students are expected to use Amplify Reading and/or iRead for reading improvement, learning A to Z, previously spelling city, Dreambox math intervention, Think Central Companion for our math program, Myon for reading, and I know I'm missing many more. These programs can't take the place of people and teachers who are reaching out and working with our students. Please settle our 1920 contract and let's start building a better relationship for the teachers and the districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Ms. Armstrong, anyone else for public comment?
No further comments.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Moving on with our agenda, we're now at consent agenda A, routine business. Do any members of the board wish to pull any items from consent agenda A? Mr. Heberly.
Yes, thank you. I would like to pull item A9 and A10.
Item A9 and A10, Mr. Heberly. Any other items?
Public?
Yes. Did anybody from the public wish to pull any items?
Yes, we have one. Michelle Orgon would like to pull A2.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the rest of routine agenda A.
I heard Mr. Khan speaking in my ear. So is that you, Mr. Khan?
Yes, sir, Mr. Freitas. May I pull A6 to return it on March 2nd?
Okay. Item A6 will be tabled till March 2nd. Very good. I thought you were talking to my ear to say nice things about Raj, Mr. Khan.
It was great to see that young man, and he's certainly a man.
He created his own internship with you, didn't he?
He forced himself upon us, but it was a pleasure.
Well, you like when that happens. Yeah, all right. Item A6 will be tabled until the March 2nd meeting. And Mr. Nava has made a motion that the remaining items, the consent agenda A, be approved. Vice President McFarland has seconded. Call for the vote. Mr. Conexted?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. That motion carries 7-0. Item A2, contracts list, pulled by Ms. Oregon. Michelle? What can we do you for?
Thank you, President Freitas. Question for you through, if I may, on a couple of the contract items. The number 3, the agreement with Platinum Teletherapy, says that this is for speech services. Is this because we don't have enough speech teachers for our speech services, or is this a different kind of service that's being provided?
I don't know. That's a good question. Dr. Washer?
Mr. Warren, are you available, please?
Yes, can you hear me? So right now, one of the things we're working on in special education is to catch up with assessments and services. So these are short-term contract services to help catch up with IEPs and speech assessments. But this is just temporary contract services for this year to help mitigate the issues we're dealing with with distance learning and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Ms. Oregon, did that answer your question?
It did partially. So this is someone else is testing the students for IEPs for speech services then, if I understand correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The next question is on item number 4, the Ron Clark Academy. I understand that in years past, we've spent $50,000 and tens of thousands of dollars to send teachers to training to this academy. Is this all money for something they've already attended, or that we expect to send members, teachers to Georgia for this training? I'm just really confused on.
This is virtual. This is not sending. This is virtual training. Dr. Solly can give you details, but this is not sending people to their site.
Okay, so we're spending $50,000 for virtual training for just Live Oak School. Is that correct?
I don't know if you saw Michelle, but Dr. Solly just came in. He's going to answer your question.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I don't have the visual. I only have the contract list on the screen. So that's correct. It's just the virtual training for Live Oak teachers?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Doc.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve item A2 in the routine agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Vice President McFarland, for your second.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Neely.
I have a quick question. On the last item, the Ron Clark Academy, that money is Title I funds, right? Mr. Solly?
Mr. Eberly, that's a combination of Mr. Neely, that is a combination of Title I and CSI. That school is a CSI school, comprehensive support and improvement.
Right.
What's funded?
So those are the restricted funds that go there. They requested that, right?
Yes, that's school site council approved.
Right. School site council did it, so that's a combination of teachers and parents that requested that, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for that input. Go to the students for the student vote. Emma? You in favor of Ron Clark Academy at Oakwood?
Yes.
Very good. And Haley?
Aye.
Very good. And for the board vote, Mr. Knaxhead?
Aye.
Mr. Haberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
I vote aye. Item A2 passes 7-0. Item A9, Mr. Heberly.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. I just wanted to separate this one out from the rest of the consent agenda items. Unfortunately, what happens too often is that when a new course comes before the board, the first time we see it is when it's in the board packet. And so I did have a very nice conversation with Mr. Sully previously, and he explained several of these items that are on, and I'll talk about A10 in just a second. But we don't really get a thorough understanding as to what's being taught, and actually curriculum is a very important part of what our district does. And of course, in order to have success, you have to have great curriculum and great teachers. So even though the originator is a teacher that I've known for a while and I have a lot of respect for, the course itself, the information that we got just did not satisfy my questions. So I just wanted to separate this so that I could vote differently than the whole group. So with that, I'm done.
Mr. Eberly, did you have some questions as to this or comments?
No, I did not. I just separated it so I could vote on it singularly.
All right. Mr. Porter?
Is this course already being taught at other schools?
That'd be Mr. Sully.
President Freitas and Dr. Washington, members of the board. This unique course is not. There is an ethnic studies course which is currently being taught at Bear Creek, but this is a variation of an ethnic studies course. This course is crafted more to be along the lines of a cultural aspect, whereas a traditional ethnic studies course is more aligned to a unit by unit history and analysis of each particular subgroup.
Isn't there one being taught at Tokyo High School through the English department?
That's actually possible. I don't believe it's called ethnic studies per se.
Is there not a law coming down the pipe that will have to do this course?
The State Board of Education has been actually wrestling with this for a couple of years, and it is currently out for public review and comment. They plan to meet in March again, and there has been talk of a mandate for ethnic studies going on now close to 3 years. They may or may not exercise that authority, and I have made it aware to the author of the cultural studies course that this may be for moot because something else may be coming down from the state. So he and the departments chose to move forward as is in lieu of waiting for the state action. But you're correct, there is some action happening at the state level at this.
And what school proposed this?
This is Lodi High.
And who was the teacher that proposed it?
Mr. Wright.
And so we already offer this course in similar fashion at Bear Creek, and I believe at Tokay. At Lodi High, it would be in the political science or social studies. At Tokay, it's in English. At Bear Creek, is it in English or political science, social studies?
This particular course, cultural studies, is an elective credit. This would be in the social sciences.
So this is a new course that doesn't parallel what's going on at Bear Creek, or is Bear Creek and Tokay autonomous? Or are they teaching the same curriculum?
Well, my understanding is that the Bear Creek currently is the only active ethnic studies course. I am aware that there was an English course. If it's currently active at Tokay, that would be a second course of this iteration. Again, this is this cultural studies aspect, and why it's entitled cultural studies, is it's a different take or a different angle on the ethnic studies concept of looking at groups as opposed, and then their interrelationship as opposed to uniquely.
Why wouldn't we want to be more co-aligned between all four high schools with ethnic studies? And why are we proposing a onesie at one school? Wouldn't we want to collaborate and have one type of ethnic studies for all four schools?
That would be certainly the path we will take if we get direction from the state. Currently, though, this was discussed amongst the department chairs, and they felt at this time that it was able to move forward on its own as a unique course. I would agree that consistency of an ethnic studies course would be a requirement if we go district-wide, and particularly with state direction.
I'm a little confused then. So we have three different high schools teaching three different things on ethnic studies.
I'm not positive that Tokay currently offers it. They may. My understanding is that Bear Creek has had it for a number of years, and this would be new to Lodi High.
But it's completely separate in terms of curriculum.
They're using the same text, but coming at it from a little different angle.
Okay, I'm confused on the process a little bit, but I think it's strange that we wouldn't be more co-aligned between the high schools. I think that's a matter for your secondary principals. But thank you, Mr. Sally, for your time. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Vice President McFarland.
I just have a couple of questions, Dr. Solly. My first one is, was this approved by Curriculum Council, and it looks like the principals looked at it, but did Curriculum Council review this?
Yes, they did, and actually, department chairs at the comprehensive high schools also reviewed it.
Okay. I'm curious why it's an elective. It appears that it's quite a study in history, or at least that's the way it's being sold. So I'm curious why it's not in the history department and it's being touted as an elective.
Well, it's an elective because it doesn't fall within either the parameters of the U.S. history, the world history standards that are required for all students in California.
Okay, and I'll just share that my concerns lie that we're doing different things at different high schools. While one box does not fit everyone, I would like us not to change things to fit specific needs. If we're offering it at one high school, I guess I'm not quite following why we can't offer it consistently at all high school. But I'm glad to hear that it went through Curriculum Council and that at least it had been reviewed before we move forward.
Yeah, and one line, like I said, it did go through. We do review all courses through department chairs as well, and so they have been also consulted on this.
And Dr. Solly, did I read correctly? It's used in the same book that the other programs are using. Is that correct? So we don't have a new textbook on this?
It's the current book that is being utilized at the Ethnic Studies course in Bear Creek, correct?
Well, I got to tell you, so many times we're here on the board and we see things that say, geez, I wish they had this when I was in school, or I would go back to school for this class. And I think this is really fantastic, and I'm glad that we're talking about offering it. So are there any other comments from the board? Comments from the public? Ms. Armstrong?
Yes, Michelle Orgon.
Ms. Armstrong? Michelle, you're up.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, President Freitas again. And I want to express some of the same questions I had that you asked tonight to Dr. Solly earlier. One of my main questions was, and that he expressed that this was an elective course. We do not yet know, I believe, that the public comment has closed for ethnic studies and is back at CDE and IQC for the ethnic studies model, which would be a great time for us to start having early conversations about it going into, well, does it go into English? Does it go into social studies? Where does it fit? And we don't know yet if the state is making that a requirement. I do, as I had got calls on a couple of the coursework, the health and the ethnic studies. I appreciate Dr. Sully's information and talking to curriculum council members. They did express, it's hard to sometimes view everything in this virtual world. So as we go forward, it would be great to have some way to post online these courses for both parents and other teachers to see them. But we appreciate the teachers' effort for bringing this forward as an elective until the state determines what to do next on the ethnic studies, since, as Dr. Sully expressed, started in 2018 and we're still waiting. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. There's no other comments from the board, no other comments for the public. Chair will. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Thank you, Vice President McFarland. Call for the vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
No.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion carries on item A961. Item A10, Mr. Heberly?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. When I was going through this, I did notice, going through the paperwork, that there were some things I didn't quite figure out how they were working. And some of it was how the credits were earned. And there's a variation between, it could be an elective or it could be an English credit. And the originator of this was at Needham West, which is special ed. So I wasn't exactly sure how this all was put together. And I had a nice conversation with Dr. Sully. And the only reason I pulled this was the information he gave me, I thought was really good. And he did a nice job explaining it. So I just wanted to see if he could give us a minute rundown and what is this basically?
Thank you, Mr. Heberly. Dr. Sully?
President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board, thank you for your questions, Mr. Eberly. The courses, the essential courses that you see here, there are 3 that start with the word essentials. And actually there are in existence already 12 essentials courses in other areas. These were started in 2018, I believe, possibly even earlier than that, in addressing the needs of our special day students, some of our mild mod students, and helping them to find a pathway to a diploma where they are able to meet those standards and those requirements. So the essential word and the part there is the course designers look at the essential standards for the course, and then they backwards map to meet the needs of the SDC students. And if they're able to accommodate the student in whatever way their IEP requires and the way that student needs, they work with the SDC teachers to help deliver those courses and allowing a pathway to possibly to a diploma as opposed to a certificate. I think many of you may know that if a diploma leads to opportunities of financial aid and assistance for post-secondary courses of various types and various entities, and also some entry-level work positions require a diploma as well. So this was an effort made several years back. And culminating with these 3 courses, Amy Nomura brought these forward. She's actually on the line if you need any specific questions answered, but these are the last 3 of the series of essentials that help deliver a pathway to allow certain students who are able to meet standards and through accommodations and their teacher support, a pathway to a diploma as opposed to a certificate. And so these are presented tonight to complete that essentials series.
Mr. Freitas.
Yes, Mr. Heberly.
I hope you think that the time was well spent for the explanation, because I thought it was great, including the item between a certificate and a diploma, and how that changes things for the students. So after you ask for public comment, I'd like to make a motion.
Very good. Any other comments from the board on item A10? And any comments from the public? Ms. Oregon, my understanding is, I just got a note that you wanted to comment on A9. With those comments, would you like to give those comments on A9? I know the board's already voted, but we'd be glad to still take them for the record. Or
I think everything's been addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. All right. No, any other comments from the public? Ms. Armstrong?
No further comments.
All right, Mr. Heberly?
Mr. Freitas, I'd like to make a motion to approve item A10.
I'll second that.
Thank you for your motion, Mr. Heberly. Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second. And Andrew, my battery is running low on my computer. And we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Must not be plugged in. So call for the vote. Mr. Conexed?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item A10 carries 7-0. Okay, for those who missed it, we are going to move item OAI1 to after the report item on school athletics. And we should be getting that in about 15 minutes. Item OAI2, the Aspire River Oaks Charter School petition. Mr. McGregor, how are you this evening?
Good evening. Thank you, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. The Aspire River Oaks Charter School Elementary petition is presented for board consideration. Petition seeks to renew the charter from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2028. Staff recommends approval of the renewal petition.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. Comments from the board? Mr. Conexed?
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm certain I know the answer, but these are charter schools we already have in place, and we've been, yeah, okay. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Mr. Conexed. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Freitas, Mr. Neely.
Hi, Mr. Neely.
I want to make it a statement about charter schools in general. Of course, there is some apprehension from board members about approving charters, as it actually does take funds away from us. But the River Oaks has just been, the Aspire brand has been fantastic. And I've really enjoyed working with everybody there. For those people that don't want charter schools, there's only one way not to have charter schools in your area, and that's to make them unnecessary. And that's by raising the quality, the breadth of the offerings that we have. So let's keep that in mind as we go forward here. These guys have got some great operations, and it might do us well to take a harder look at them. And there may be some things there that we could use as well. So that's the only comment I've got. But like I say, I would love not to ever approve another charter, but the only way that we're ever going to be able to do that is to make them unnecessary. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Any other comments from the board? Right. Comments from the public. Ms. Armstrong?
Yes, we have one. Tony Selena.
Hi, Tony. You're up.
President Freitas, I don't see Tony on the list.
Okay. Andrew, if you see Tony show up, you'll let us know?
Of course.
All right. We have no more board comment. No public comment.
I move we approve the Aspire River Oaks Charter School.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Ms. McFarland, for your second. Go to the student vote. Students, what do you think of Aspire River Oaks Charter School? Should we approve it or not? Haley?
Aye.
Thank you. Emma?
Aye.
Thank you. And with the board vote, Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Mr. Porter? Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item OAI2 carries 6-1. Moving on to item OAI3. Again, Mr. McGregor, this is the Aspire Benholt Middle School program. Is that correct?
That is indeed. Thank you again, Mr. Freitas, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. The Aspire Benholt Middle School petition is presented for board consideration. Petition seeks to renew the charter from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2028. Staff recommends approval of the renewal petition.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. Comments from the board? Mr. Knackstead?
I move we approve other action item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Knackstead. Any other comments from the board? Comments from the public? Ms. Armstrong?
No additional comments. I'm not sure if Andrew, you see Tony Selena. He might want to comment on this one.
I still don't see Tony on the list.
Very good. Thank you, Andrew and Ms. Armstrong, for looking for Tony. All right. We have a motion for Mr. Knackstead to approve.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second. Student vote. How about Aspire Benholt Middle School? Emma?
I'm sorry, that last part cut out for me. Could you repeat that one more time?
We're calling for your vote on the Aspire Benholt Middle School petition to be continued as a charter school in Lodi School District.
Oh, yeah, of course. Aye.
Thank you. And Haley?
Aye.
Very good. And call for the board vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Mr. Porter?
Nay.
Ms. Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item OAI3 carries 6-1. 1. Item OAI4, the 2021 California School Board Association Delegate Assembly, we get to vote for 2. I would propose that we vote for Mr. Neely and Mr. Porter.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Students. Can I?
Aye.
Connection item.
And students, are we in favor of Mr. Porter and Mr. Neely representing us with the California School Board Association? Haley?
Aye.
Very good. And Emma?
Aye.
Very good. And any comments from the public, Ms. Armstrong?
No public comments.
And any comments from the board? Go ahead with the vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Eberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item OAI4 carries 7-0. Personnel matters. Mr. McKilligan?
President Freitas,
Yes.
I actually do see Tony. Do you want me to let him on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We want to do that, right? Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Hi, Tony. Are you there?
I am. Yeah. So sorry. I felt like I was behind glass. I couldn't talk, so I apologize. But I just want to say, President Freitas.
No worries. This is a brand brave new world that we're all in, and we're just glad that we got to talk to you.
No, I just want to say thanks so much, Distinguished Board, Superintendent Washer, the entire staff. We're just grateful for our 20 years of partnership with LUSD. You're our first partner. You remain our favorite partner. And I just want to say thank you so much, especially to the staff, Michelle Armstrong, Sandy Cunningham. Leonard Kahn was great in supporting us in discussing some financial issues. And then also really appreciate Assistant Superintendent Scott McBreger for his support with the staff report and guiding us through the entire process. So just as we continue, I appreciated really just hearing the Mr. Nathaniel story. I think it resonated as a story we could all be proud of. I think it was hard to go behind that, but we're just really grateful to hear the kind of great talent that's coming out of our community and the incredible work. And even the Good Day Sacramento spot made me smile just to appreciate the young people in our community. So just thank you so much for being aboard with so much positivity, so much creativity, and we just are really proud to be your partners.
Well, that's very nice of you to say, and we're glad that we were able to. Yeah, we're glad we were able to hook up for you. Thank you very much, Tony. So I think you've heard both the middle school and the elementary school have passed, and my understanding is that the petition for the charter on the high school is in the works. So we enjoy our partnership with you, and thank you for those very kind comments. So have a nice evening. And we lost Tony again. All right. Personnel matters. Mr. McKilligan.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve personnel matters. I know Mike wants it real quick.
All right. As for personnel matters, thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. I'm sure, thank you, Vice President McFarland, for your second. If Mr. McKilligan was able to log on, he'd say that routine personnel matters were submitted for our approval. Students do not vote on personnel matters. So I'll go ahead and any public comment, Ms. Armstrong?
No public comments.
Very good. Then I'll go ahead and take the board vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Eberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Personnel matters pass 7-0. Moving on now to report items. And students, if you could stay with us for just a minute, we're going to combine the first report on our athletics update with item OAI1, which is the student eligibility for athletics and the athletic report. If we could do this all together. So, Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, and thank you for moving these together. We think it makes a little more sense and could provide some context for you, so thank you for that. We will start with the report, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Palmquist, and then you can certainly ask any questions or give any input, and then go into the action.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Washer. Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. I want to start by saying I really appreciate Emma and Haley's report and talking about not only the voice they have in their school, but some of the creative ways that they're trying to keep students connected and activities meant to draw students in. I think that was also highlighted by the kindness campaign we saw as well. Unfortunately, all too often since we've been in this time, we've had to focus a lot on what we cannot do. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things we cannot do the way we normally do them. However, the state has, after the regional stay-at-home orders were lifted, has allowed for us to do some athletics. And so the board had requested an update on athletics. They do have available the comprehensive high school principals and at least one athletic director. So if there are some questions that are league related or site related, be happy to have them answer them. They're very much hands-on with their leagues and the CIF. But I thought I would give the board some information per your request, and then we would be happy to field your comments and questions. Couple things to note, and I think President Freitas, you noted this when you requested this report, was that things were evolving quite quickly. Information came out, it can come out 2 or 3 days, and after a missive comes out, and then things change. And just so everyone knows that direction is evolving with input from multiple agencies. The good news is the CIF, along with the leagues and the superintendents in our county, there is some alignment on this. We've been following conditioning protocol since the summer. If you go onto the CIF website, and you can see some of those documents are linked for you, but if you go on the website, they update their guidance once a week. I haven't had an opportunity to look at their guidance today. It's oftentimes Tuesdays that they update their guidance, but it is evolving, but you can look at it there. I think Mr. Nava mentioned some of the athletics that had been approved by the state in what are called the purple tier sports. And so we've listed those there for you. Cross country, golf, skiing, snowboarding, swimming and diving, tennis and track and field. We do not have a snowboarding, skiing, snowboarding team, but if depending on how the climate changes, if there's enough snow around here, maybe that's something we'll look at in the future. Each league is approaching this a little bit differently, and so you may have some questions about what the SJAA is doing versus what the TCAL is doing. They have given a lot of freedom from the CIF to make this work for the students that they serve. So there are differences between the two leagues that our schools compete in. Athletic directors and principals are meeting regularly with their leagues, and then we've continued our AD principal meetings, and those have been very productive. Also, as you may know, the superintendent meets with San Joaquin County superintendents of the districts in our county, and between that collaboration and San Joaquin County Office of Ed, they continue to provide guidance and direction. One thing that we'll note, it's in our executive summary, but it is the action item that comes up next. You did approve an eligibility probation period in May for fall sports. That meant something at the time. Doesn't mean quite as much right now, but it would require some board action to amend that established criteria. And we can talk about that on the next item. I did mention some things about the CIF. I included some other information off of some of their most recent updates. They are doing their best to provide guidance, but they realize that so much of this is now regional, and it really does. It's incumbent upon the counties and the leagues to work together to fit the situation that their county is in. And so, obviously there's no out-of-state competitions, and then they have some rules on schools competing within their county in adjacent counties. So that is some information that becomes very county specific. We also have a lot of league guidance. Those leagues have been meeting as soon as that stay-at-home order was lifted, and they received guidance. They had been receiving guidance from the CIF. Those leagues met and to plan and schedule. What sports will we do? How will we stagger these? What can we get together in the way of some form of competition? And again, the idea that we can do what we used to do, of course, is not the reality that we have now. But what can we do? What opportunities can we give our student athletes? And so they have been meeting somewhat regularly there, and I think the principals, athletic directors can shed some light on that. I had mentioned that the County Office of Education, they take the lead on a lot of things, including working with public health, but I've greatly appreciated their input and insight. Oftentimes when we're talking about information that's coming from CIF or others, we take it to them so that they can give guidance for the whole county. And Dr. Washer and her, Java-like colleagues throughout the county have regular meetings so that they can, vet some of this new information. And finally, as I mentioned, and as the board knows, we do conduct regular district AD and principal meetings. At those meetings, we invite other department heads to come in. There is no such thing as really one department that touches athletics. Anybody who's been a part of athletics knows that there's personnel ramifications, there's business operation ramifications. So many departments in this district have to play a part in order for an athletics program to get off the ground, which is why we really commend the sites for the great work they do in working with all of those different departments to make something good happen for our students. So we do make that inclusive. We bring in department heads so that we can identify and solve problems at those meetings. Our athletic directors they're the ones who see the icebergs coming. So they do a lot of great work in collaborating and bringing ideas and also just topics for discussion so that we can be consistent and aligned to the extent possible. We also have been holding CPR and first aid trainings. I know that Mr. Knackstead had made a mention of that a couple of weeks ago, had asked just for an update on that. We've held 7, 2 in the fall and 5 in January. Those are for all district employees, but that includes coaches. There's a long history of those courses, and they haven't always necessarily been offered by the district. But we knew that we needed to offer a number of opportunities for coaches to be ready. So we offered 5 of those in January in anticipation of what's coming up, and we anticipate offering more at the end of the year. So wanted to make sure we gave you an update on that. And with that, that's the main updates. But of course, we do have, like I said, our principals and at least one athletic director on the line who'd be happy to answer any other questions or field any comments that you have.
Mr. Palmquist, so we do have a couple sports open, is what I understand, and I think you talked about that list. We are in conditioning on the other sports, but we don't know when football, basketball, baseball will be starting, softball, wrestling. Is that's a fair statement?
Yeah, it really is. It depends on a number of things. It has to happen, first of all, at the CIF state level. We have to have that certain state guidance, but really it's county to determine it in a lot of ways. So as we continue to improve, as we hope to do, that they have put out, and some of the addendums that I presented for you, the CIF's kind of laid out what sports that they would look to offer depending on the tiers. However, those things are always subject to change, and they change quite quickly. So yes, you're accurate. This is what's been allowed in the purple tier, and as a county, we're in the purple tier. So this is what we have to work with.
And I guess you anticipated my next question. The trigger that we need to move to do something different would be us getting into the red tier. Correct.
And once we're in the red tier, then again, it would be a lot of coordination and collaboration with our leagues. The leagues would have to make certain determinations, and then it's continued continued work on a lot of different levels with a lot of different people. I'll say it 1,000 times if you let me. What our staff members, what our athletic directors, principals, teachers, and coaches and student athletes are doing to try to adjust, to try to do anything is incredibly commendable. So you're correct. It really is triggered by what tier we're in, and then it requires a lot of effort by a lot of people to make things happen.
Very good. And the time frame that we have when we'll hear something next, there really isn't a county meeting next week or anything that's going to change this. It's us getting out of the red tier.
I think in so many things, and like I was saying about Haley and Emma's report on making lemonade out of lemons, we're actively planning for a brighter future and public health and safety conditions that would allow us to focus on more things that are allowed rather than so many that aren't. But it really does come down to getting out of that tier.
Well, I think the understatement of the meeting could be that first we get asked when kids are going to be back in the classroom, and second we're going to get asked when kids are going to play sports. So anything we can do to get those two things to happen, obviously this board wants to make that happen as quickly as possible, and whatever it takes to make that happen. Also, part of your report, I think, is eligibility. What's going on with that, Mr. Palmquist?
So that is something that we can discuss on the potential action item if you'd like, or I can address that now. It really is up to you.
Yeah, we combined the two. I'm sorry, I was muted when I said that. So why don't you go ahead and talk a little bit about that?
So in May, I think it was at the May 5th board meeting, the board approved a probation period for fall sports. That term fall sports actually meant something really until about a few weeks ago, because what we now call fall, winter, and spring sports are really just tiered sports, because it really is based on the tier that we're in. What the board did was approved setting aside the eligibility criteria so that more students could be eligible to compete. And it does take a board action to establish such a probation period. It was mentioned at the last board meeting. Board members requested that we talk about eligibility again. At that time, it was determined that that was a one-time thing that we were doing. Obviously, I think the board and all of us thought that we were taking an action that would apply for something in person because we were doing it for fall sports. And as we know, things have changed. The other thing that has changed nationwide, statewide, countywide, and district-wide as well is just the number of students who are really struggling with where we are. It is not, the work that their instructors are doing is amazing. The supports that counselors and others are putting into place are amazing, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle. And there's a lot of students who we know would be doing better if they had that face-to-face contact with their teachers and counselors and other staff members. So, the eligibility probation period, should the board want to take this up again, would require board action for you to establish a new criteria. We put in a possible criteria that the board may want to establish. Again, that is up to the board, because we did approve one for the fall, and it was a one-time approval at that time based on the conditions as we had it. So really, we're bringing eligibility back for comment and potential board action should you want to take it. And again, I have athletic directors, or at least an athletic director and principals on the horn as well, if you'd like to hear from them.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. Thank you for the report. Comments from the board. Mr. Nava.
Yeah, Mr. Freitas, thank you.
And we're combining the two. We're going to talk about
Right.
both athletics and the
I
eligibility.
understand the combination of it, but I think the most important thing right now is to extend this probationary period one semester. I know that AB 908 authorizes the board of each school district to adopt a policy that would allow a probationary period to exceed one semester in length through the competition of 2021 season school year. That's due to the corona impact, okay? And I would like that this board to approve that. I know that Jeff touched a little bit about the hardships that we have. You know, I coached for many years, and I had hands-on for all my students. I coached at schools where we had people that were just in trouble as far as academics, and we corrected that because I was there and I could talk to the teachers. The teachers were very helpful in programming these things so we could get these students to do the work and excel in the classroom. I think it's very important. Right now, the coaches are at a disadvantage with making all these efforts to talk to their student athletes. It's not the same. I mean, what do you do? Can I get into Zoom and talk to one of the teachers and how's Jimmy Johnson doing? I can't, because it's almost impossible to do that. And if Jimmy Johnson wasn't doing up to par and 2-point GPA, then I would actually talk to the teacher. What is that he needs to do? What is this student has to focus on? And then give him some encouragement, talk to the parents, all these kinds of things that are involved. But I'm not going to go into any of those things because it's a real different situation here. But I would like to see that we extend that semester of probation eligibility for all our student athletes in Lodi Unified School District.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Nava. Other comments from the board? Mr. Porter.
I have a couple questions. I don't know if Mr. Palmquist can help me or one of the athletic directors. Is it true that all freshmen have a one-time waiver when they come in, Mr. Palmquist? Mr. Palmquist?
Sorry, Mr. Porter, I was trying to unstick my device there. I believe so, but I think I would rather defer to the athletic directors to confirm. I mean, that is accurate when they come from 8th grade to 9th grade, as I understand it. But on technical matters, I would just as soon get the experts. Mr. Holst or any of the principals, are you available to answer that question?
Yes, this is Mr. Holst. I can answer the question for Mr. Porter. Yes, they do have immediate eligibility upon coming into high school, but that would have expired because the first quarter would have ended and we would have been using those grades at that time. And now obviously the second quarter grades and first semester grades.
We never had the athletics, so they still would have that one-time waiver, wouldn't they?
The way I understand it and read it, no. I definitely can't say I'm the expert on that for sure, but the way I read it, for them, no.
I understand that Lincoln uses that one-time waiver anytime during their 4-year career.
Yes, the way we have set it up is traditionally been different, where we give a blanket waiver immediately upon coming into high school, and they do not. They use 8th grade grades, and then they allow kids to basically opt into a waiver if they don't make grades later on.
Okay, and then thank you for that. The other thing is how long is this season for the first set of sports going to be? When's the end date?
This first season runs until every season runs until March 31st. However, they might have dates that end depending on the sport prior to that, but that's the last date for any of those sports, which coincides with our 2-week break.
Is your goal then to run another set of sports thereafter, like they're doing in Modesto Stanislaus?
Yes, I mean, it gets a little complicated when you start looking at the tiers. I mean, and our league's different than the SJAA. And the TCAL, we decided to run track and field first. Most other leagues are running cross country right now. We did that for a couple of different reasons. And we also split up boys golf and girls tennis. But it is dependent on, getting in the certain tiers. So baseball and softball in our league can start on March 1st, but only if we're in the red tier. And if we're not in the red tier by that time, that schedule is going to get pushed back.
What do you expect that season to end in sometime in June?
That season will end on April 17th, that baseball and softball season, assuming it starts on time.
Yeah, I thought Modesto Stanislaus was headed into June.
Yeah, they're different than ours.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, in regards to busing, how many students are you allowed? How many athletes are required per bus? Since you're doing track and field, I think you probably have about 80 kids. How many kids are going to be on a bus?
We currently have 73. So for us to transport all of our kids right now is 6 buses.
So what are you allowed? 11 per bus?
14.
You're allowed 14 per bus. Okay. And you have budget for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then a couple other questions is no parents are allowed at any of these events. Is that correct?
Correct. No spectators of any kind.
Any kind. And my last question goes back to the what Mr. Nava was speaking about, where we give the waiver or probationary period. Is it possible that a young man or young woman could have 0 credits and be eligible for athletics?
Based on this, yes, because you could have a freshman coming in who has not passed the first semester class, currently is not eligible. Yes.
And the same thing could happen for a junior or a sophomore. Yeah.
So if they haven't had any credits up to this point,
So
correct?
it's possible for us to allow kids then to play sports in February that haven't passed any classes in their previous semester.
Yes, correct. I don't know if we're personally in that situation without looking, but that theoretically, yes.
Is it possible for us to have a young man or young woman eligible that is behind units and might not graduate?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much for your answers, Mr. Holtz.
Mr. Holtz.
Yes.
I guess on a positive note, all of our teams are undefeated though, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. For now, we're supposed to start next week, so.
There you go. So far, stay on the line. I think Ms. McFarland, Vice President McFarland, has some questions for Mr. Palmquist and the athletic directors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, either Michael, you can answer it, or Mr. Palmquist. I'm curious if we're going to have the attendance policy in place. I know when you're in a sport, you have to attend so many classes a week or you are not eligible. Is that also waived, or is that going to hold tight? I understand, and I get the waiver, but I would hope at least that we're at least checking attendance.
As far as what we would do at our site is we run attendance reports on days of competition and distribute them to coaches before they start their competition or before they transport students. So yeah, they would have to still meet the minimum requirements. As far as we had no direction any other way, so it never changed in my mind.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions for the board? Mr. Connexit, I'm sorry.
I do. Couple things. Ms. Palmquist, regarding the adult first aid and CPR, are the cards that the district offered, the classes and the coaches got the cards, are they approved for CIF?
They are approved for the requirement we have for coaches, and they are, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
All 7 sessions work.
I want to make sure of that. Okay, and then I saw the rules for spectators. I mean, so we're not going to have a gate anymore. We're not going to make any money on spectators because they're not going to be there, right?
At least in this tier.
Okay.
As gatherings and direction, change, then those will be opportunities for us to take a look at those.
Okay, so this sport that I'm most familiar with is track and field. It takes a village to put on a track meet. And so, for example, you need around 6 people at the finish line. You need people running the high jump, the pole vault, the shot put, the disc, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Many times, those people are parent volunteers. And I think I read somewhere in this fine print, and those spectators are volunteers. How do we get around that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Again, I can kick this to maybe principals or Michael, if you're still on the line. I can tell you that the TCAL has made the decision not to score events, to take the to take some of that need, and there's a variety of reasons. So leagues and teams are getting very creative with how they work within this purple tier. Maybe Michael or one of the principals, if you want to share more about what the league's doing there.
Yeah, I can discuss our site and or what our plan is. I know our league and coaches discussing with each other was that every coach was going to be responsible for an event. One, which hopefully would help with that. Our backup plan was to use campus supervisors potentially to fill in some of those roles, and working through that process a little bit and go from there. But yes, it is a definite, cause for a little bit of concern, because that one, as you said, requires a host of people, and many at times who are, sometimes it's co-curricular that we get a lot of people, and then other parent volunteers as well. So yes, that is a little bit of a cause for concern, but something we're going to work on. Meets are not being scored with a total team score, but they are still taking times, distances, etc. For that. Swimming's in the same mold, but they don't have the need for as many volunteers or as many people to time. And a lot of places have a wireless touchpad system too. So they're working through some of that. I don't think there's a great answer, given that we can't have volunteers, but that's what we're currently looking at.
Yeah, so I understand, and you're right. I understand why you're saying that, but I don't see how you're going to be able to put on even a dual track meet without more people out there than just campus soups and that kind of stuff. But I know teachers and coaches can be very creative. Last question, Mr. Palmquist. If we're allowing sports, outside sports, is there any reason why we couldn't have clubs that would meet outside, like FFA or people cutting, grapevines or something? That doesn't have anything to do with CIF, but it seems like the same kind of situation. They're outside.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense intuitively. We hear that a lot, right? With why can this business be open but not that business, or why is this activity allowed and not this other activity? Like I was saying at the beginning, this is one area where the state, and through various sanctioning bodies, has said we can do something, and under that CIF guidance, we're able to do it. It doesn't really apply to all the other types of things we would want to do. And our gathering protocols and other things need to stay in place. We are constantly looking at what we can do. What could, you've heard about drive-by, the drive-by awards recognition, some virtual type of events. But ultimately, gathering protocols still remain in place unless the state and the county and at all levels were to sanction something else. I know that it's that can be certainly frustrating, especially since conditioning has been allowed since the summer, really hasn't ceased, and so that frustrates people. Well, okay, you can do that, but you can't do the band, or you can't do the other things that we know enrich people's lives. This is where we've been given the direction from those state bodies, and this is what's been taken up regionally as well. So again, I'd love to be able to say that it's within our power to let a lot of things occur if we felt we could do them safely. But this is the area where we can do something for kids, and we're going to keep working on any other opportunities or angles we can to provide our students as much as we possibly can. It's just frustrating that we can't, provide more, but that's the time we've been living in.
Okay, thank you. Well, that makes a lot of sense. It's going to be an interesting year. I don't know if interesting is the right word, but it's going to be a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knaxhead. Other comments from the board before I come back to Mr. Porter again? Mr. Porter?
Just wanted to verify, we're not scoring the meet or any of the event?
I don't know that that's true for all events. I know that the TCAL is not doing team scoring for track and field. Maybe the folks who are part of the league can chime in with what SJAA and TCAL's doing for various sports.
That is the only sport in the TCAL that is treating it as such as track and field. I mean, swimming would be the easiest one to look at in a similar fashion, and they are scoring normally.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Right. And Mr. Palmquist, just to poll our athletic directors that we have on the line, they're in favor of extending the eligibility probationary status.
I think well, I'll let everybody speak for themselves. We have principals, and I know Michael is on the line. I don't know if any other athletic directors are. They're happy to speak for themselves. Your thoughts on eligibility, principals, or Mr. Holtz?
Mr. President Freitas, Mr. Palmquist, this is Eric over here at Tokay. Thank you, President Freitas. To Mr. Porter's question on eligibility and things like that, we're moving forward with it. We feel confident with students having the opportunity to do it. One quick additional note is that for students who are credit deficient, not online for graduation, so for right now, that would really apply to seniors coming into this current semester. If they are so credit deficient, there's other CIF policies that might come into play that would not allow them to participate if they are not online for graduation. Now, you could say the same thing about a sophomore who didn't pass anything last semester, and so they're 15, 20 credits behind. But then you start saying, do they have summer school and other opportunities over the next 2 years to make something up? Usually we still discourage that when it comes to athletics. They need to get on board with their academics first. But credit deficiency is an issue that we will be looking at. It wouldn't necessarily include or preclude anybody from being eligible, depending on what you do with the eligibility stuff. But for Tokay High, for running this stuff, I know that we're on board with getting kids out and getting them to participate as best we can.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. Other comments from our athletic directors or administrators?
But just so you guys are aware of the numbers that we're talking about, I don't have numbers for McNair, but at Tokay, we have 6% of the current athletes cleared in sports right now are ineligible for competition, which amounts to 7 student athletes. Lodi High has 12 total kids, which is 9% of their participants, and Bear Creek right now has 16 ineligible, which is 23% of their participants. One reason their participants are a little lower than Lodi and Tokay is because they're in a league that's not doing track and field. So those participation numbers are higher in track and field. They're not doing that, but they are at a higher percentage. Just so you guys have an idea of numbers that we're talking about, that's 35 total kids. Whether that puts you one way or the other, but that's the current stats on it.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Other comments from our administrators or directors?
Yes, I'd like to weigh in if possible. Mr. Freitas, this is Hillary Harrell from Bear Creek.
Hi, Hillary.
Hi, and thank you so much for honoring our former Bruin, Rajan. We really appreciate that, and we were all beaming with pride.
You know what? Being a Bruin's like being a Marine. I think once you're a Bruin, you're always a Bruin. So
I would imagine. I'm not a Marine, yes, but I can certainly attest to that. So I really appreciate the data that was just shared about our students. I would like to point out that the current purple tier sports that we have, specifically in the SJAA, which is for Bear Creek and McNair, tennis, golf, cross country, and swim. These are not sports that typically have ineligible students. So the statistics that Mr. Holtz shared is pretty alarming. This isn't a population that tends to not be eligible for sports. So I would like to point that out. We are not holding track right now, and part of that reason is because of some of the scoring issues and some of the complications and kind of competition with cross country. So we will be facing those issues potentially later in the year. We would like to express our gratitude for the board and for everyone who is involved with shepherding children right now and considering this move to eliminate eligibility. Our students are really struggling, and it's been amazing to watch them come to campus for conditioning and practice. And we're really appreciative of even the conversation of entertaining this as a proposition. So thank you for your consideration.
Oh, thank you, Hillary. And I have to agree. With this year layoff, we are going to have to teach kids to play together once again. And I think anything that we do to do that, if we're starting with small parts such as the conditioning, is going to take big strides in getting back our kids' physical and mental well-being. So thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
Other administrators or athletic directors, just jump on in.
Good evening, Mr. Freitas. Mark Dawson from McNair.
Hi, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Members of the board and Dr. Washer, I would just like to concur with my colleague, Ms. Harrell. I think one of the focuses of the SJAA has been to let kids play what they can, when they can. And right now, this is what they can do. And we want to be able to provide those opportunities. We all see the need for it. And along with Hillary, going out to practice and seeing kids just being kids is fantastic. So the more opportunities we can provide, I do support this, and we do appreciate the consideration.
Very good. And I know you were on, Mark, because we have Haley on tonight. So I know you like to participate when our student reps are there. She's doing a great job, isn't she?
She is, yeah. We're glad to have her. She and the rest of our student government, our student leadership, they invited me into a meeting a couple weeks ago, and they shared with me some of the things that they were doing and everything they were doing to reach out to kids and connect right now. And it's fantastic. It's one of those things that it really does energize you after being on a campus for so long without kids. When you get to see the faces, even in a small box on Zoom, is fantastic. And then again, being out and seeing them in the pool or on the tennis court is great, because it's something we haven't seen in a while.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Adam, I guess you're last. You get to jump in. Are you out there?
Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Yeah, I'm listening in here, and my colleagues keep jumping on too quick for me to hit that unmute button fast enough here. So I really appreciate all the conversation I've heard thus far, and I appreciate some of the questions on the board. I think you're tapping into everything that's been on our minds. I think Jeff spoke to it at length. Some of the conversations we've had. I've been hearing from our constituents since back in the late summer about some of our groups and organizations that haven't been able to participate yet. Our band was doing everything they could to prepare themselves to enter our campus outside socially distanced with book covers covering any airspace that would escape from their instruments. So I'd say that I agree with what you've heard my colleagues mention. We're looking for opportunities. That was our push in the TCAL to move forward with track and provide that opportunity for students to be competitive and participate, even without the scoring. It's we've gone over, I think, every last scenario we could in order to procure the number of volunteers we would need. Like Mr. Knack mentioned before, it's an astronomical feat to bring together so many volunteers under the circumstances. And so as of late, if you get a chance to stop by any of the high schools, I know that Lodi High has just been lively in the afternoons. First day, I want to say we had 50 some odd athletes, and we're climbing up there little by little and getting folks involved. We got members of our football team while we're in the purple tier out there, not just conditioning anymore, but practicing, taking part in activities they hadn't had the opportunity to do so before, and connect with peers that they haven't had the chance to see in, almost a year.
Yes, much too long. Well, I got to tell you, I think we're really well placed. I think we have a good team that's on board, and I got my issue of the California State Athletic Directors Association magazine a couple months ago, And I was very excited to see that Lodi is well placed in the state organization of California Athletic Directors because their president is our very own Aaron Aiken. So, and that's absolutely outstanding. If you look at all the school districts in the state, that Aaron rose to the top and is leading that, well, I got to tell you, one, I'm not surprised because I think Ms. Aiken can do whatever she puts her mind to. And two, I know that they have a very good president in that organization. So, and I know she, in her president comment, points out two obvious things. One, last year is a huge disappointment, but we look forward to attacking with uncertainty the challenges of 2021. And I think that is very well said. So I thank Ms. Aiken for her service on the state organization. I thank all of our athletic directors for what they do. And I appreciate what you're doing for our kids because this is very, very important. And as soon as we can, please let us know what we can do to help you as soon as we can. So, any other comments from the board? Comments from our students reps. How do you feel about athletics? What we heard tonight? Haley, I think Mr. Dawson's still on the line. We'll go to you first.
Hi guys. I think it's a really great idea that you guys are talking about bringing sports back, as it can be like a little sign of normality during the times. Something that, I don't know, I think it's just a good thing to bring it back because it gives students some kind of hope that we can see each other again.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yes.
Very nice, Haley. Emma, I think we still have your principal, Ms. Harold, Principal Harold on the line. What do you think about what you heard tonight about athletics?
It looks like Emma is self-muted right now.
Did you hear that, Emma?
I only heard the last part of it.
Oh, okay. What did you think about the athletics presentation? How do you feel about getting athletics back in our schools?
I think it's a very great program for kids. I think athletics are super important to the students and keeping them motivated and involved in school. I think it's a big part of that. So I really like the presentation.
Very nice. Thank you, Emma. Emma, I know that you have studies tomorrow. That was what primarily I wanted you to stay on for, but if you wish to sign out now, we understand so that you can get ready for your school day tomorrow. Comments from the public. Ms. Armstrong, do we have any comments from the public?
Yes, we have one. Michelle Oregon.
Okay. Hi, Michelle.
President Freitas, it looks like Michelle is self-muted.
Michelle, did you hear that? We think you're self-muted.
Mr. Freitas.
Yes, Mr.
While we're waiting on Michelle to get things squared away there, just a real quick thank you to everybody who's been involved in this process. Athletics is incredibly important to the whole experience of school, and it develops that well-rounded person that we're looking for. Educated, physically fit, and working well with others. So thank you all for everything you've done on that. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. And I got to agree. I mean, we have at least 3 formal coaches on this. I think every one of us have been involved in coaching on many different levels. And it's a huge responsibility that we share. not only with the minds, but the bodies of our kids, and teach them physical fitness, sportsmanship, teamwork, all the amazing things that come from sports. And this delay cannot be stated enough. I mean, that we've kept students away for this for a year is horrible, and it's detrimental. But if we can get it back to some type of normalcy, as our student rep said, we cannot do it fast enough, in my book. So, any luck, Andrew?
Hi, thank you, President Freitas. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties.
Not anymore. You sound great.
I heard, I think it was Mr. Nava talk about coaches and how they would go talk to their teachers. I think as a parent of 3 student athletes that, I always thought that if, the speeches I heard their coaches give about how important their education was and doing their homework. And one of those coaches is sitting on the board now. That was something that was always impressed. So I would hope that even with the thought of going forward on a different tier, that coaches are reaching out to teachers of any students that they think might be in jeopardy of not passing or is not showing up to class. And if they're on a team, maybe sending an email to those teachers. Is there anything I need to be aware of? Because as awesome role models as they are for our young student athletes, again, we try to work together so that it's the whole child. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, thank you, Michelle. Mr. Nava, as to item OAI1, student eligibility, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. I'd like to make a move that we extend the probationary period for the second semester of 2021.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Nava.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Sure.
So we're already having sports. That's correct, right? We did the presentation. We're already having sports. The main thing that we're voting on is eligibility. Eligibility for kids to play sports. The buildings are here for a reason, for them to go to school. I just want to make this clear to everybody. You're giving them a free pass to play sports based on doing nothing in the classroom. And no one's been more involved in athletics than me. As far as Olympians, state coach of the year, all that, the number one thing I told those kids was, these buildings are here for a reason. So I want to be very careful what you're saying. Also, I heard about talking to teachers, coaches. That is not right, because they can feel pressure to change grades. So I just want to make that point clear. And lastly, we are an academic institution. Athletics is part of that. I just want to make a point of clarification that we're deciding eligibility, period.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for those comments. Mr. Nava has motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for the second.
Comment?
Yes, Mr. Everly.
The motion came before I was ready to unmute, and which is fine. That's fine. I did want to say something very similar to what Mr. Porter just said. I am absolutely in favor of anything that we can do to get our kids back in school, period. However, as much as I love athletics, all 4 of my kids played sports. There's just something morally messed up about all of the effort seems to be athletics. And this is well beyond the Lodi Unified School District level. This is county, this is state. I get all that. It just sticks in my craw that we're going through a lot of lengths to get kids back in athletics, which I do support, absolutely. But it's then when we talk about getting kids in classes, it's instead of what can we do, it's why we can't. And it's extremely frustrating to me because Mr. Porter, I agree completely. These buildings are here for one purpose only, and that is to educate our kids. A well-rounded education does include things like band and competitions and athletics. Oh, I'm absolutely all about that, all of it. But my God, let's get our kids back to school. And if there's anything we can do to apply pressure to that, I say go for it. But all it tells you is just how hypocritical all this stuff is coming down from the state. And I'm telling you, I blame the state. So I just had to say that. Granted, it's a soapbox, but by golly, our kids need to get an education also. So obviously with my vote, you'll know that.
Very good. And thank you, Mr. Heberly. And I think we're in an unusual situation. I wouldn't be supporting this, but for the fact that the deck is really stacked against our kids. And I understand, Mr. Porter, what you're saying about people that are making absolutely no effort. And I think Principal Sandstrom was very clear about that, that there are other categories that would, in fact, kick in. But I think it is a proven fact that our students' grades are a third to a quarter lower than they normally would be. And that's because of the distance learning situation that we put them in. And in many ways, I see athletics as a way of improving academic excellence. And by kicking a kid off the team, I do understand that there is positives, but this is a very unusual, specific instance for me that I would not normally support, but I'm going to support tonight because I think our kids need it and it's the best thing to do. But I do appreciate both of your comments. So are there any other comments or are we ready to vote? All right, call for the vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Mr. Porter?
Nay.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item OAI1 carries 6-1. Thank you, Mr. Palmquist, for your presentation. Thank you for all of our school administrators that spoke with us or are available. And thank you for all of our athletic directors for the presentation. Moving on, we have another report item, Elementary Education Summer Learning Group. Do we want to proceed on or do we take a 5-minute break or? All right, I got enough 5 minutes. So we will be back on in 5 minutes.
Let's just sit. You know, you'll get better.
Gary, George, you guys there?
Yep.
Just think you get to go home to your peace and quiet, right? I don't know. Babysitting 6 grandkids. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. What do you say, Andrew? You ready? Okay. All right, we're back. We have our second report item tonight. which is on elementary education. Mr. McGregor, you have a strategy for summer school learning for our elementary students?
Thank you. Good morning, or excuse me, good evening. President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the executive summary. I would like to walk you through the slide presentation to describe tonight's report and field any questions. In an effort to create an opportunity to mitigate some of the academic struggles created over the past year, we've created a plan to provide summer learning for as many elementary students as possible. Current health conditions would require us to implement a distance learning program at this time. So if we look at the slides, that is the executive summary. And if we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So Dr. Solly helped with this very, very much. He sent a survey out to the teachers because one of the things we would definitely need to have a successful program is, our wonderful Lodi unified teachers. And in that survey, 64 elementary teachers responded and said that they were interested in being a part of a distance learning summer school. They also had the option to let us know if they were interested in in-person instruction, and 57 teachers responded that they would be interested. So if you look at that, the number of students served, if we had a 15 students to 1 teacher ratio, that would be a total of, well, if you're looking at 54 teachers out of the 64 or the 57, would give us 810 total students at a 15-to-1 ratio. And at a 20-to-1 ratio, it would be 1,080 students that we would be able to serve. If you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So with the distance learning format, which would actually be similar to the in-person format, with the 27 teachers, we would group students from first grade to third grade. Again, with a 15-to-1 ratio, there would be 405 students in grades 1 through 3 and 405 in grades 4 through 6. At a 20-to-1 enrollment, it would be 540 students, grades 1 through 3, and 540 4th through 6th graders that would be served. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the day at a glance basically would be an 8 o'clock start time. We would have language arts. Well, we break the kids into 3 different groups. So going back to those 27 teachers, we would have a teacher focusing on language arts, a teacher focusing on math, and a teacher focused on science. So from 8 o'clock to 9:20, group 1 would be learning ELA, group 2 would be learning math, and group 3 would be receiving instruction in science. At 9:20, the students would rotate and go to their next course. Hopefully that makes sense. Then we'd have a third rotation, 10:40 to 12 o'clock. And from 12 to 12:30, there would be a lunch pickup for students working with Nancy Rossmelli in the food service department. Next slide, please. So in-person instruction, this is how we'd like to break that down. We would have if you look at the learning location, that is on the left. I tried to break that down into basically a Lodi area, a central area. So the Lodi area would be Reese and Lawrence. The central area of our district, Borchard and Silva, would serve the 1st through 3rd, and Silva would serve the 4th through 6th graders. And then the North Stockton area, we'd have students at Wagner in grades 1 through 3, and Claremont in grades 4 through 6. Of course, we would need the transportation department to help us get the students there. If you look at the enrollment there for those 9 teachers at a 15-to-1 ratio, you'd have 135 students at each of the sites and 180 students if it was a 20-to-1 ratio. Next slide, please. The in-person instruction, basically it's the same thing, except the kids are going to obviously rotate classes. The teachers would be in a classroom at the sites listed on the previous slide, and the teachers would rotate. The hope there being that, teachers, hopefully they're excited about a particular subject and specialize, maybe that's a favorite subject that they teach. Being able to teach that 3 times a day might be very motivating and a good situation for them. So we thought that would be a neat twist. And again, the kids would grab their lunch at the site and go home, be it, if they were in walking distance or if they were to hop on the bus. Next slide. So basically the curriculum we're looking at, ELA, we would, there'd be a few different components, the Journeys whole class instruction. There would also be some SIPs. We've had a lot of good work by our administrative teams as well as our teachers getting trained in SIPs to help with early literacy. So there'd be some work on small group fluency as well as comprehension and vocabulary. So they'd rotate in small groups. And there would also be a whole class read aloud. At least that's preliminary discussion. We'd like to get the teachers involved in that as well as the coaches to further map that out. And with math, we'd look for some lessons with manipulatives, some math games. Our math coaches have some great ideas to help implement math games, which would be fun for the kids, getting them back into the classroom, interacting with one another, and also help with their basic math skills. And then, of course, our reflex math for fact fluency. And then in the area of science, we'd like to try to have some work with the Amplify Science and, of course, some STEAM activities to get the kids excited to come into school and just excited in science in general. So that is basically, in a nutshell, what the program would look like. We'd like to be able to offer to more students, but at this point, the number of teachers that expressed interest is what I shared with you, which is completely understandable with the stress that they've had to endure over the past few months with the teaching, the distance learning. So we bring that to you to consider and ask any questions. If we were to move forward, we would certainly need to survey the students and see what kind of interest parents and students had for a summer program. We would guess that it would be a bit higher interest if we had in-person instruction, but that remains to be seen. We haven't surveyed parents and students to this point. And Dr. Solly was also a huge part of this, and I want to thank him for his help. And just open it up to any questions that any of you may have.
Well, I got to tell you, Mr. McGregor, we're the district that's providing tutoring. We're the district that's, we approved last meeting, social, emotional learning and counseling. And this is a great piece of the puzzle that we're going to be the district providing summer school. I'm all in favor of this. And I think this is a great idea. And I thank you for you and Dr. Solly and Dr. Washer and everyone involved for bringing this to us. The missing piece of the puzzle is we'll have summer school for high schoolers. We'll have summer school for elementary. What about middle school? And I think that's also one of the hats you wear. Is that correct?
No, that would fall under secondary education. I'm sorry, Mr. Freitas.
Oh, okay. So I'm sure Mr. Palmquist will be working on it and coming up with some answers on that soon. Anyway, questions from the board? Mr. Knackstead?
It's not a question, but I kind of echoing exactly what you said. One of my mantras is that as a teacher is always that we provide opportunities. Sometimes people don't take advantage of that, but I appreciate what Ms. McGregor's doing and providing these opportunities for kids. And so I'm in favor of giving it a shot.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Knackstead. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Scott, let's take a look at the second slide. We can bring that up on the screen. Is anybody working that? There we go. All right. The you got 64 teachers for distant learning and 57 teachers for in-person. Are you telling me that there's like 120 teachers? It's not 121, I guess is what it would be. Or are many of those the same?
Many of those, thanks for the question, Mr. Neely. Many of those teachers are the same. There was a few more that were interested in distance learning. So hopefully that answers your question. As far as, the 27 teachers to work with the students, that kind of comes into play with the rotating and allowing them to teach the subject that they may be most interested in.
It looks like we're looking at, I haven't run this on a calendar and I should have done that. I meant to, but we're looking about 2 weeks.
It would be 3 weeks. It would start the Monday after school is out. And I believe the last Friday would be July 2nd, which is right before the 4th of July holiday.
Okay. Talk to me about the type of student. How do we select students for this?
That's a great question. We are limited, and Dr. Solly can feel free to hop in. We are a little bit limited. We definitely want some teacher choice. So, do we want to open it up to a first come, first served basis, much like we do with high school? Or, do we want to try to work with teachers to try to select and invite? I wish we could serve more, but that's kind of our dilemma right now.
Okay. Well, I want to tell you, I think you've got a great start here on a good program. There are some things I'm concerned about. First of all, is the board goal of getting kids to read by third grade. We've had that. We've got to keep that in focus. And in order to do that, we're going to have to be a little bit more selective. If that's all we can get, we're going to have to get some of those kids that are doing not as well as they should in the K3, K2 classes, and we've got to get them in there. This pandemic has been particularly hard on those students because they've missed that interaction. They've missed being around the adults that whole time. So I would ask you to take a look at that. I'd also ask you to take a look at maybe doing something like that later in June, just before school starts. We need to reach that population. And also, I looked at, can we go to your curriculum?
That would be the last slide.
Okay. All right. I see journeys up there, and I understand that, but we have kids already by third grade. They're 2 grade levels behind, and so to bring them into third grade journeys, that they're still going to be struggling with that. A lot of these kids need absolute basics, and that's what we need to work on. We need to work on building academic vocabulary. There are several things, and we've only got 3 weeks, so we need to get busy right away, and we need to start teaching them those basic skills. You may have to differentiate the classes. You may have to have some first or second grades or a different curriculum than some of the others because of the skill level of the student. And I know everybody's going to be like, whoa, that's what do they call it when you do that with students and you put them in a certain line? Oh, tracking. It's not really tracking. We're trying to identify people who have special needs and help them with it. And I think that's what I'd like to see happen to this. I'd like to see us keep this too, well after the pandemic. Summer school is a absolute one-time expense type account. And we've got one-time money. So we should be trying to invest some money into this to get as many kids in there to repair some of the damage that's been done. So I would urge you to rethink just doing it here, and let's expand it a little bit. Okay? That's just my suggestion.
Sure. Well, thank you for the comment. The one-time money is, that's allowing us to do that. And I do appreciate your comments on the early literacy. You know, I'm so proud of our teachers and our admin and the way they've embraced the SIPS training. And to answer your question specifically, you know, the small group fluency portion and the SIPS groups for comprehension and vocabulary are specifically, you know, put there to mitigate, you know, those struggles that a lot of the kids are having and behind grade level, or, you know, so that was intentional to try to meet those needs, and also the groupings of 1st through 3rd grade and then 4th through 6th. So there could possibly be some work cross grade level.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that we'll be working the ELA into some of the science as well, and using our skills there to help our kids read better, right?
Well, we've got some great teachers, and hopefully they can work together along with our coaches and create, you know, as much of a positive experience for the students as we can in those short 3 weeks.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. McGregor, I think Mr. Neely brings up a good point. If we can identify students that can really benefit from this, and maybe referrals from the school, referrals from the teacher, and create a separate pathway in for those individuals. So we'll have a general admission, but we'll have maybe certain designated seats for these individuals that will benefit from this and can get reading up to speed. I think that's what Mr. Neely's suggesting, and I don't think that would be a bad idea to somehow work that in.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Good. Other comments from the board? Yes. Vice President McFarland?
She may be muted there.
How about now? How about now?
Not muted now.
Oh, good. Okay. It was another button. It's late, multiple buttons. I love the presentation. Thank you. My biggest concern is, can we run 2 sessions? Can we do 3 weeks, take a week off and run another session and do double the kids? And then that brings up my next question is, are our teachers going to be ready to go? Not that they're not capable. We all know they're capable, but I'm worried about them being burnt out. Distant learning has been a lot for our teaching staff, and I want to make sure, as much as I know they're probably ready to go, do we have enough teachers that are willing to give up their summer when they probably need a rest?
Absolutely.
And that worries me.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And that was at the forefront of our minds, you know, and part of the survey that Mr. Solly pushed out to the teachers. You know, teachers have been working hard. You know, we talk about social emotional concerns for students. Well, that's certainly been something that, you know, the staff at all of our schools have had to face. And, you know, we've worked hard with principals trying to make sure that, you know, those teachers are supported as best as they can be. And that's, you know, that 3 week piece of time is not a great amount of time, but part of that, you know, is we want our teachers to be able to recover too and be fresh going into the 21-22 school year. So that was part of what shaped the 3 week timeline.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Comments from the public?
Yes, we have 2. And first up is Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, President Freitas. Great to see this idea of summer school for elementary. And, you know, as we heard lots of legislation, we know that the state supports something. I think it's really important that we offer something that is robust, but also is high interest, and that we're not relying just on technology when we come back to the classroom, but one-on-one real teaching and learning. I think the idea of using SIPS as one of the interventions is great. However, having taught SIPS for many years, in a second grade classroom, I could have, 4 or 5 levels of SIPs. So where Mr. Neely talked about tracking, I think more would be along the lines of platooning by reading level or grade level. And I think it's really important to get the teacher recommendation in on that. And but I also am concerned with teachers going between 3 different groups of students. And as we know, we're not out of COVID. So would it be, and that would obviously be something to talk about, one teacher for the 3 staying with those kids. I think there's some science benefits if someone does have COVID and you have to stop for a moment, instead of all, and I apologize, of course she's barking now. The other thing is bringing, some of those high interest subjects to teach. So I can teach reading through science and have high interest materials for my students and not be limited just to one program. So I hope that there is much more discussion on how maybe platooning and, we're looking at maybe keeping the students together and the teacher together instead of moving them around. That does worry me on that piece of it, but I'm excited to see our CARES dollars going towards this. With Mr. Neely about, how do we survey the parents? Do we survey the teachers? I think it would be part of both, and availability of both, and whether or not it's in person or, it's distance learning. But this is a very exciting start to plan this out. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for the input, Michelle. As we stand right now, it is scheduled to be, if it's the direction the board chooses to move, this would be a distance learning format. So, we don't want to put anybody in harm's way, and we will follow the direction from the county. But in regards to, the number of students with teachers, that's if we're able to go, that's kind of why I put 2 different ratios together, hoping that 15-1, if that would be considered more safe and maybe better for kids with the learning loss. That was one of the things we considered. But thank you very much for your input.
Thank you, Michelle. Ms. Armstrong, who's next?
Next, we have Jen Dietrich.
Hi, Jen, you're up.
Hi, hello. I just wanted to provide a few comments and thank you for the discussion tonight. I'm really encouraged about the conversation to expand this program and ensure it is targeted for the students and families who need it most. I think that with the additional funds coming from the federal level, which can be used for expanded learning time, learning loss recovery, that sort of thing, and also the huge budget package being negotiated at the state level, there will be additional resources coming into the district to hopefully expand these programs. And really appreciate the comments in terms of, not just focusing on the academic piece, but understanding that so much of what students need right now to re-engage and prepare for the next school year is social emotional support and dealing with the stress and trauma of what they've been through during the pandemic. And so if we can build a summer program that absolutely, helps support academic recovery, reading standards, that sort of thing, but also providing some key social emotional support. We've also seen that some districts have reached out to their community partners to help staff these programs during the summer and through the school year. So working with teachers, but then also being able to provide those like enrichment activities that make students want to come on campus. And yes, I hope as much of this can be in person as possible. And I think there's a whole lot of resources and studies about how this has been done in learning hubs run by communities and districts together in how to make this safe for everyone. So really hope that there is time. If you need to get this one project off the ground, I understand that, but like, can we have a larger discussion of how to make this program this summer and through the next school year and into next summer, understanding that students are going to need a lot of support to get back on track and recover from this pandemic. And, there's a lot of opportunities out there, and I really hope that it isn't just for the elementary students, but for the middle and older youth who are struggling right now and trying to get back on track. If there are ways for the parents and the community to be involved as this develops, I saw, some people are already talking about what will after school look like during the school year because, there's a huge wait list. So there's a huge demand for these programs, and I'm very excited that you guys are going to reach out to families to survey them. So also hoping that we can help shape and prioritize how these funds are used. So thank you so much for your thoughts and further discussion on this item.
Very good. Thank you, Jen. Any other public comments?
No further comments.
All right. I think, Mr. McGregor, Dr. Washer, you have your direction from the board. We are very excited about this. We look forward to this being an action item, and with many of the questions that have been asked and some of the tinkering that we've talked about. But I know you and your amazing staff will do an outstanding job answering the questions that have been presented here today. And thank you, Mr. Greger, for bringing this to us tonight. We have another report item, and that's proposed board policy revisions from the School Climate and Compliance Department. Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. The items you see before you are statutory. It's to help keep us up to date with California law. The language has been pulled from Gamut. And I have Aisha Bryce, our coordinator here, who oversees the department and also is responsible for revising all of these. She's available to answer any questions you may have. This will come back to you for an action item at the next board meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. Any questions or comments from the board? Any comments or questions from the public?
Yes, we have one. Michelle Orgon.
Michelle?
Thank you, President Freitas. I would just ask that as this is a report item and there are quite a few policy changes that you see, that maybe more time is given for people to dig into this. In the past, we kind of had a gentleman's agreement to bring, a few at a time to board meetings so that people could look them over, look at language at different areas. And yes, they are pretty much around the same topic. There are some definite language changes. So I hope to have some member input on this, but would of course like more time, but don't know if it's needed at this juncture. It's just, we would have appreciate a little bit more time to meet and discuss as we have in the past.
Dr. Washer, Mr. Palmquist, is time of the essence as these policy changes?
Mr. Freitas, members of the board, thank you. Yes, we need to get these fixed, revised, up to date. Currently, they are not. So I would suggest that we move forward with the report item and bringing them back for action at the next board meeting. We did send these to all employee group presidents before agenda posting and asked if they had any concerns or questions.
Any other comments from the board? And moving on to required school safety plans. These are not the COVID plans. Is that correct, Dr. Washer?
Mr. President, members of the board, that is correct. These are the, I don't want to say original, but previous safety plans that were required that are to be updated each year for compliance purposes. These are not the COVID safety plans.
Very good. And these are provided for information only. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Freitas.
There is no requirement for board approval. However, it is our practice to bring these before the board, so we didn't want to stop that without bringing it to you for discussion. So that's why we're presenting them. They are going to be sent to the county next.
Very good. And that'll be done without them becoming an action item on a future meeting?
That is correct, Mr. President. There is no requirement for board approval. It is just.
And always we thank you for the transparency and making these available. So any questions from the board? Seeing none, any questions from the public?
Yes, we have one. Michelle Orgon.
Okay, Michelle, you're up.
No questions on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, and that concludes the report items that we have for tonight. We're next into communications from our employee groups. Ms. Armstrong, do we have any employee groups that wish to address the board tonight?
Yes, we have two. First up is Michelle Orgon.
Okay, Michelle. Long time no talk to.
I know, long time no talk. Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, and Dr. Washer. And I would say our fellow counselors, happy Counselors Week. We thank you so much and appreciate all that you do to support us in our classrooms and support our students out in the field. You are many times the unknown force between much of the action, helping support students through sometimes very terrible times. And we want to thank you and thank you for recognizing the counselors tonight, board. One comment with regards to the person that talked to summer school, just a side note, because you can't comment after, would be what about off track and bonus learning times when we're off track going forward? So I am going to try to bribe my dog here because tonight what I need to bring to your attention is what has happened in special ed. And there is a dramatic change in how many itinerant positions that are being brought forward, as seen in our second transfer posting tonight. We believe that this is, our special ed students are the ones that need and have the relationship with their special ed teachers. And what we see is an upheaval of many RSP positions and mild mod and mod severe classes changing to different sites. While we understand due to student enrollment, there will be some changes, we believe that right now that there is funds to keep this kind of status quo. As was explained to us, we have significant numbers, a dramatic loss in the students enrolled in the special ed program. But by hearing the contracts list tonight at the beginning of this meeting, we are hearing that we are behind on some IEP testing and that we need short-term employees under contract to help cover those numbers. So we expect that while the pandemic has been here and students may not have been referred for special ed, there still is probably the same or about the same need as there has been in the past. And to essentially drop a large number into becoming itinerant, where you have RSP teachers traveling between two sites, you've got travel time taken away from their day, their prep time, they're not on the same site, the challenges that go with that, beginning of the day, end of the day scheduling, along with IEP scheduling, IST scheduling, and when now you have more than one RSP teacher and at some sites 2 half-time teachers, that does not make sense to us. While we believe that these low numbers are going to dramatically change once we return, we would ask that you keep the staff as it is now, and that possibly looking at using, if their caseload is low at this time, that maybe they work on learning hubs, students that have maybe fallen behind and need extra help to catch up before we move those essential teachers that those students know from a particular site. This, we think, there are many out-of-the-box ways that we could think about this. We discussed some of them with our SELPA director, but as you know, our timeline for posting positions did come out today. So we recognize that it's challenging, but believe that in the end, there will be a greater learning loss with all of these teachers moving to different sites, interviewing for different sites, and not returning to the same students. So we would just ask that you reconsider the FTEs that are allotted to special ed and the reduction at elementary especially, and reinstate those so that you are keeping special education teachers at their sites and with their students, especially as they come back to return to the site that those students left. We recognize and want to also comment on, I believe it was Mr. Heberly that pulled an item tonight on the Essential Series, which Lodi is one of a few districts in our area that actually accommodate and work and bring classes to special ed students so that they can get a diploma and not a certificate. And so that does start at an early age, and we recognize what we do at high school as a great series of classes that we bring. We hope that through this pandemic, we look at really what do we need short term in those FTEs and what's going to make the biggest bang for our students. How are we going to make sure that we are meeting their needs upon returning? So thank you for your time addressing this topic. We do know that it is time sensitive, and I hope that you can look at this and maybe change something on the backside. We also are concerned. We are hearing that not all of those teachers, and I'll reach out to personnel tomorrow, that were notified that they were displaced. So thank you for your time tonight. That's all we have. I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Ms. Armstrong, we have another student rep. I'm sorry, another bargaining group, employee group representative.
Yes. Next up is Dean Blount.
Hi, Dean. We were looking for you earlier tonight.
How's it going, Mr. Freitas? Good to talk to you again.
Very good. Good. Always good to talk to you, Dean.
Well, thanks for having me back. President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. First, I want to thank you for your recognition of our school counselors. I know our counselors appreciate it. I appreciate it, and all of the LPPA appreciate your acknowledgement of their hard work. It's been an unprecedented year, and they've had to get creative, as I believe Mr. Neely said earlier. Yeah, I agree. It's been a difficult year for them. It's been a difficult year for everybody. But there's been a lot of stressed out students and staff that they've had to rise to the challenge for, and I appreciate that they got the recognition that they deserve. Next, LPPA looks forward to coming to the negotiations table with Lodi Unified, and are hopeful to make some great progress on our TA. We've made some great progress on we've had to negotiate 3 MOUs this year. It's kind of another unprecedented milestone there, but we're looking forward to coming to the table. Mrs. McFarland, thank you for your attendance thus far with our negotiations. We hope to see you at our upcoming negotiations. On another topic, we most recently had an LPPA meeting and had Dr. Rafael Ceja and Mr. Robert Solly come to discuss the upcoming LCAP. LPPA shared our concerns about how the district budgets are being spent and look forward to our upcoming study session. Kind of along that vein, I'd like to point out that LPPA's input in the last LCAP is very similar to our input this year. Lodi Unified School District is significantly understaffed with positions that make up LPPA. I know there was some comment about special education numbers being down. I believe that's initial referrals, but over the last 10 years, our special education population has grown significantly. I reported last year that we were up about 26%. And while that population has grown, our workforce has stayed the same. This is highlighted in tonight's contrast, which authorizes spending for platinum teletherapy to provide speech and language services. You may recall that last year our speech and language pathologists filed a grievance precisely because our SLPs have chronically been understaffed and therefore over caseload. And I do appreciate the district's commitment to solving the problem, but the intention of the grievance process was not to hire outside agencies, but to assist with the surplus caseload. We were looking for additional FTEs so that our employees can adequately staff the expanding needs of our district. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, Dean, and please congratulate all of the school counselors for us. We really, really appreciate all that they do. Okay. Ms. Armstrong, any other comments from employee group representatives?
No further comments.
Okay. We have comments from board members, and I appreciate board members letting me move this to the end of the meeting. When I was a brand new board member, this is where it was. And I know we've moved it forward for many different reasons. It's already 10:30, almost 10:30 tonight, and we moved to the end of the meeting so that we would have the opportunity to comment, but we would be also commenting through the meeting on relevant items. So I appreciate the board letting me do this for tonight's agenda. And as for board comments, does anybody want to go first? Anybody have anything they want to add? Yes, Mr. Heavily.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. I will be brief. The first thing I want to do is commend our students and staff for the kindness campaign. Very impressive. I just loved listening to the kids talk about their activities and what it meant to them. Very important. I love it. Another one is Middle College High. Congratulations on your placement in the Science Decathlon. And as always, I want to echo my appreciation for our counselors. It may be Counselors Week past, but you just need to know that the appreciation is there every week. And granted, counselors are just another cog in the wheel, and without that cog, things don't flow. I mean, and it is all part of the whole whether it's food service, transportation, counseling, teachers, custodial, maintenance. It's everybody has their place. And I think that I really like when they do have a certain groups week so that we can actually call them out and tell them how much we appreciate them. So counselors, thank you for your work. You're right. It's been a heck of a year. Next thing I want to mention is that we hear comments about the district looking forward and looking and thinking about property for a future school site. Well, you know, those are developer fee dollars. They have their own rules and how it's spent, how it's collected, all of that. When we purchase a potential school property, it has nothing to do with the general fund. It is developer fund money. And if you don't spend the developer fund money, they potentially can come back and say, you're not using it, we want our money back. So please don't misunderstand the looking at potential properties and thinking ahead in the future. Right around that site, they're planning 2,200 homes. And the schools in that area are already very full. So it is forward thinking, and it's trying to stay ahead of the curve instead of being behind the curve. The last item I want to bring up is it was brought to my attention by a couple of parents about this year's freshmen signing up for courses, and they're told that they must take sophomore PE because we have not given the waiver test out. I did have a conversation with Dr. Washer. She looked into it and got back to me, and I very much appreciate that. And it is still something, it seems like, in the works. And we were trying to find ways how we can accommodate kids, not how we can shut them down. So I do appreciate that. Like we were talking about athletics, and a lot of things we did in the past was we're holding the students hold harmless so that we acknowledge the difficulties they've had this year. Now, this one is a touch different. It does have state guideline implications to it, but I do appreciate the superintendent and her staff looking at this and trying to work it out, because when a child can't take the waiver, the PE waiver, that closes up their schedule so that they cannot take another class maybe of interest to them, or maybe another CTE type course that they couldn't fit in their schedule otherwise. We want to open up our schedules, not close them down, and we want to give our children opportunities. We don't want to shut them down. So I look forward to that, and the only reason I bring it up is it is something that we do need to nail down fairly soon, because kids are picking their schedules for this coming school year. And again, I do appreciate the can-do attitude of trying to figure out ways that we can make it work versus a big fat no. So that is in the works for those that are interested, and how that would affect their students. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. Other comments from the board? Ms. Ford?
Yes. First of all, Ms. Freitas, I think it's a great idea putting the comments at the end. I'll talk a little bit about activism, which is really the backbone of America, and I'll keep it real brief, but communication is so important from our employee groups. Letters, emails, speaking at the board meetings, carrying a sign maybe out in front, protesting. All these things are very important. It's a way for you to communicate a message to us. Maybe we're not aware of, maybe we need to be made aware of. And I love the Valentines. I received them. I thought it was a great idea. It didn't bother me that much. And it's, again, another way for you to communicate. And so, to all those teachers that are concerned about COLA, to all the employees that also are concerned about COLA, realize that the board is working hard and would love to be able to, if it was in their power, to facilitate and grant that wish. As tonight's President's Award said, leadership is through transparency and being yourself. And hopefully you'll keep that communication up and we'll continue that positive activism, and hopefully we'll be able to come together in a common way. So thank you, Mr. Freitas, for allowing me to make my comments.
You're very, very welcome, Mr. Porter. Any other comments from the board? Or comments from board? Oh, I'm sorry. Further comments from the superintendent. Very good. Board advisory committee reports. Yeah, seeing none. Okay, we come to a session right now where we have further closed session. And I know I suggested a time earlier that we would meet at 4 o'clock. Of course, that was before I read my, looked at my calendar. How does the board feel about meeting at 10:30 on Friday morning? Okay. It's the entire morning unavailable for both of you, or because the only time I have would be 6 o'clock on Thursday evening.
I think 6 o'clock works. That's fine.
Okay, Dr. Washer, it's a long day for you. Okay. Can I at this time have a motion to adjourn the meeting to Thursday at 6 p.m. to continue closed session? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your motion. Thank you, Mr. Heberly, for your second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries 7-0. And we are then adjourned until further closed session. Continued to further closed session.
Continued.
To further closed session Thursday at 6 p.m. for further closed session. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening. Drive safely.
Disrespectful.